Fire tricks. Nothing. Just goofing off. Don't mind me.
You're scaring me. As far as like the plot,
Insurmountable evil.
we amassed it. And our crew is dominantly magic users.
Yeah. Yeah. All of us are, I think. Well, no. Oh, no. Yeah, we all are now. Yeah, we all are now. Absolutely. So, I'm trying to pull. We've been on break a little bit, I guess, since the last session took place because of the holidays, but it's been a full week now, I guess. Yeah, I haven't really been thinking about it at all. So busy. I don't know. It's So you were asking essentially about well, it was damn cold. Cinder nose is cold, and while he manages in the cold, the expended I'm kind of flavoring this, but the expended energy that his body has to go through to keep that flame going, he doesn't really care for it too much. He'd rather be in a nice field somewhere on a beach, in a nice, well, and clearly in a tower, reading books because that's his flavor of love. But you know, what country are we in again? We in Jakiv, right? Good old Jakiv.
So a little bit into why Aurelius made the decision he did. So Miro and Willow have quickly gone close to him. Willow actually reminds him of someone else that's been in his life and has quickly become like a mother figure to Aurelius. And Miro, of course, has done Aurelius good in the past, hence why he's traveling with him now. But what really stirred the decision was seeing Willow's reaction to Miro's death. That was the turning point for Aurelius to contact his patron. Absolutely, yeah, and he was terrified.
Yeah, that's I got bad, but Cliff, the player, noticed that as well, and was just like, I don't know, man, because like I do that too. I'm good to I'll hear something and ignore it, but when it's something that completely interests me, I'm there immediately. And so I guess considering what he wants, clearly what a piece of the big picture, I guess, is kind of alarming. So I'm interested to see how that plays out. I am interested to explore. Oh, no one can hear you, you're saying? Oof. I am making a
Technical difficulties.
yeah. I'll hold off on what I was gonna say till we figure it out.
It's a good chance to monologue, actually.
Oh God. I'm like also trying to make a Twitter post about our stream as well, so I'm like split brain right now. Dang it.
So we'll do this.
Here, I'm gonna pull up.
Can you hear me now, Mr. Krabs? I don't know if that's copyrighted. If me saying, can you me mentioning Mr. Krabs, like, he's someone else.
Yeah, that's it. Say goodbye to that.
He's a
Well,
different thing.
well, Nickelodeon's still making SpongeBob, even though the original creator died and didn't want that. So
I'm not talking about SpongeBob, Mr. Krabs. It's actually spelled Mr. And then it's like carbs, but you say it like crabs. So,
I scared you, Nick. In fact, hire me, actually, please.
okay,
Please,
so
for the love of God.
So, yeah. So you were saying that Aurelius, calling out to his patron and then responding like so quick was like horrifying to him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or at least I think that's what he said, right? Right, Kyle? Said it was spooky.
I was cut out for a moment there.
He basically said, your patron calling out to you that fast. You said it kind of scared Aurelius a little bit. It caught him off guard.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the call to the patron, Aurelius was mostly expecting nothing to come from it,
Mm-hmm.
and then it happened. He's like, "Oh fuck, okay, well now I got to do this."
All the confirmation you need. Wish I had someone to call at me like that. All I ever do is get my ass beat
Yeah. What?
constantly.
So for Aurelius, he the mission that you've been given by your patron, what is that feeling like an insurmountable task?
I mean, at the moment, it's the logistics of pulling a glass shard out of like a giant moving monster. It's difficult. You got to figure it out. But I mean, we got a good party. We think fast. I want to be able to accomplish this.
And now I want to go to so as you guys were leaving the cave, right? And you realize that Cinder is staying back. Like, what is Aurelius thinking about that?
With Cinder staying back,
Yeah.
just I mean, at the moment with everything that's going on, that seems like a smaller problem.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's kind of like what the hell, but like whatever. We got something to do.
Thanks. I appreciate that, man. So everyone collectively thought that was just a bad move. That's fantastic. That's great to know.
I mean, maybe it'll end up working out. Like who knows? But
I just gotta tend to the garden, specifically in this random knoll cave and this ice place that I don't even like. And yeah, it's not gonna come back. If I actually end up being able to, just won't come back. Fine, it's cool.
And what was Cinder thinking as this goes down? I mean, clearly he wasn't engaged in the combat that saw Miro get killed, and
Well, in hindsight, Cinder's really just bummed because he was actually having a solid combat session for once, and then like the what arguably the worst possible scenario happened. But it was cool to be able to be angry not only as a player but as a character. In
yeah,
that situation. Yeah, I felt emotion. It was hard because like the player, I am hearing this play out on the other side of this cave, but
Mhm.
at the same time, like the player, I also have to focus on being occupied and staying in the character, so that way we are secure on our end. That was a little tough, and I do wish that I could have been able to role play a little bit more emotion because that's how I felt. Uh, but Willow definitely she took all of that and ran with it, which was fantastic. So I didn't have to, and it allowed me, I guess, to kind of keep my wits about myself and realize that I am the resident wizard of the party, and there may be there's a bigger picture that I kind of should probably stay focused, considering this is arguably my domain is magic at large. So kept me grounded. I hate it though, but I love it.
A lot of responsibility being the wizard.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, I'm only intending if anyone didn't know, as of right now, I'm only intending to multi-class 2 levels into wizard. So it's a real pain in the butt for Cinder right now because
Oh, you're gonna put the rest in the druid?
I'm intending to at the moment, yes. But
Okay.
that I'm just kind of I'm leaving myself open to the narrative.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Uh
Just how it goes.
yeah, how it goes. And I mean, regardless of if I never even, depending on this experience and what happens, I may never even look at the wizard, not the wizard school, but the school of magic, the Mages Guild again. But right now, Cinder's very much so burdened with that.
Yeah.
What do you do you guys want to like talk about your do you guys want to talk about your like backstories a little bit? You know how that's playing into like what like decisions they're making and how they're feeling about things.
Yeah, sure. I could probably
Absolutely.
stay pretty ambiguous still at the same time. It's not hard.
Yeah, I mean you don't need to go into specifics. Things can be revealed and whatnot. But for sure, there's been some things talked about in backstories that I think are worth exploring a little bit.
Absolutely.
Yep.
So we could start with Aurelius. Let's talk about you've mentioned the Crookback Boys multiple times.
Yeah, yeah. So the Crookback Boys was a gang or a family of goblins. Goblin culture has probably the most effect on Aurelius's life. Then second to human, followed by the Drow, actually. Um, so yeah, he at a young age, a goblin leader had taken him in, noticing quickly that he was fey touched and therefore pretty special. Took him into the goblin clan, and because he wasn't very accepted by humans, it all just fit naturally for him, and he became one of them. And he worked a long time under this goblin leader. Shook is his name, and the two of them had a kind of a toxic relationship. He's kind of an asshole, but also kind of like a father figure to him, and he's given him like he's taught him everything he knows, everything. But later in life, through exploring the caves and everything that the goblins would often crash in or move to, he ended up running into some of the Drow, and they took him in, and he met a woman there who taught him how to speak their language and how to read and write, basically just for their language. And she was a huge influence in his life, and ultimately that ended up being ripped away from him. But he's seeing a lot of her in Willow, which hence the quick.
Yeah, the quick response to turn into his patron and asking for help.
Yeah.
And then Cinder, for you or for Cinder, like how is his whole backstory kind of feeding into what he's doing now, and how he's reacting to the world around him.
That's a good question. Not to say that I haven't thought about it at all. It's just, aside from the gods definitely play a role in his backstory. Not more so that like he just, swears allegiance to them, but they were really, amongst other things, a specific instance which you know of, DM, is a big driving force for why he just questions, he questions everything, tries to find a talking point or way around everything, and that it doesn't necessarily always have to be solved head on or in the most expecting way. And with everything that's just going on, it really is just affirming to him like how little he knows, how little the people that taught him and inspired him know. And also, it definitely motivates him. Uh, Cinder definitely will constantly act like he's indifferent about something, but really deep down, he's always meditating on it,
Mhm.
uh, no matter how little or big something is. And well, the problem we're dealing with right now is very big. It
Yeah,
may
it's 60 feet big, actually.
60 feet exactly. Um, Amongst other things. It'll be. I'm excited to see where that goes. I'm very excited to see, God's willing, we get by this. Uh, I'm excited to see how he reacts to it because he hasn't really been at odds with anyone in the group, and I'm curious as to. Well, we still got a lot to do before that ends, but what that fallout may be like,
Right.
from this decision, because it's all our faults.
Yeah, I mean, uh, as you guys were hearing, like Willow, crying out and yelling, at everybody.
I felt so bad.
Who does the blame really like fall to?
It doesn't fall to anyone. It's just that's just what happened, and like it it was just our characters' reactions.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was whoa. It's easy to blame it on the NPC, so we could definitely blame it on Carthor if we really want to.
I
Um,
was expecting that one.
I did like the very good point. I loved what Claire and Willow through Claire, or Claire through Willow said, going back to Thuban when he came up, when we both climbed up for a second to kind of see the deal, and her getting angry at both he and Carthor about us, going into the cave in the first place, but her asking them in hindsight because of what happened is also, it could be seen as a direct portrayal of their way, their character, their
Mhm.
being, like I mean, I'm trying to get like deep and philosophical
No,
about a
yeah, and this
about an NPC, but
that's that's
Thuban,
that's what's going on here. Yeah, this we're meant to.
What it's for.
yeah,
That's what this whole thing is about. This is a let's talk about it. And also, I'd like to say that chat. If you guys have any questions on, anything that's
please.
happened through the campaign, please ask them, and we'll answer them. I think in a little bit we'll have Dakota pop in as well.
Fingers
Um,
crossed.
so fingers crossed. So we'll be able to ask him, some questions as well. But feel free to ask questions of Cliff, Kyle, or myself if you want to know more about the world or whatever. Like, totally willing to answer those questions as long as it's not incredibly revealing. But yeah. So as we talk, if you guys have questions, like we want to engage with you, this is kind of the perfect time to be able to do so. So.
Indeed.
Um, someone said, I can't hear Cinder without thinking about Plin Plin Plon. Feels bad, man.
I gotta Google that.
Yeah, I'm thinking. I know feels bad,
Uh,
man, but Plin Plin Plon. Now, please inform me because I want to laugh.
uh,
Cinder doesn't really keep up on memes the way you would think he does.
well,
Uh,
I actually don't think
I'm
I know what
actually
that is.
I'm actually quite offended at myself because I don't understand
I
this
want to
one.
make sure that I know what I'm thinking
I
of.
am I am like gift king of the group chat, so
You are not the gift king. Wait, hold up. All cap.
yeah,
All cap.
self-proclaimed
All
at that.
cap. Oh, it's a Dark Souls meme.
Oh, it's I get it now.
That's fine. Yeah, I never got good. So.
Yeah, Cinder doesn't eat, and the sad part is Cinder also has He does have an expeditious retreat spell that he has not really used
Has
yet
never
because
used.
when we ran through the test combat, we did 3 test combat sessions, I believe,
Yes, sir.
and Cinder got knocked out in the
In
first
each.
two. I got knocked out in the first two, and on the second one, I used expeditious retreat, and then I think it was two. No, it wasn't harpies. They were like bug men or something, and they both just like
Oh
cut
yeah,
Cinder in the back as he was trying to get away, and it
yeah.
it just wasn't. I actually, that's a question I guess I have now. If you could answer it, because it's funny that came up because um, can I not use if I cast Expeditious Retreat, the dash action that I could take, does that not make me impervious to opportunity attacks, dashing?
It doesn't.
Ooh, that's
It
pain.
doesn't. The only action that lets you avoid attack of opportunities unless there's a spell that specifically says you don't take attack of opportunity
Mhm.
is disengage.
Oof. So yeah, I'd have to disengage first and then okay. Unless I was like 10 feet away from them and their reach wasn't more than five. Okay. Yeah. We're still learning this not being able to take damage thing. I was a fighter in the last campaign. So taking damage, I mean, I got knocked out once in that one too, but that was a mountain troll or rock troll. It was one of the trolls
It
you
was
threw at us.
yeah. Yeah, it was.
But I could take some damage. Now it's just like every time the wind blows Cinder the wrong way, I just kind of whimper just a little bit. So
That's how it goes.
Listen, that's a wizard for you. They're a little
yeah,
frail. They're a little frail, but they're very powerful.
learning at the hard
Um,
way.
yeah. So here's a question. It's kind of like another perspective question, like from your characters, right? Um, magic. This will start for Cinder here. Magic has been gone for 300 years, right? And you obviously are Genasi, um, so you already kind of like had a connection to magic.
Yeah.
Um, but as you went through, your experiences with, the spirit, in the forest, and now you went to the Mages Guild, and the Mages Guild at the time was still kind of um,
Womp
not
womp.
not able to do magic. They just were studying and learning. It's like the
It was a
Jedi.
very, very snobby fan club at the time. Yes, that's
Yeah,
exactly what it was.
it's like the Jedi, but not having any Force, ability at all. They're just like, "Yep, we believe in it." And they're like, "Okay, but where is it?" They're like, "We are sure it's real."
It's there.
I
And
believe.
and now it is, and now it is real, and Cinder is able to use it. The things that he's learnt are usable. Like what kind of impact does that have on someone's, or on Cinder's like mindset about the world? Now that like, hey, maybe the Mages Guild that he doesn't really, didn't really want a whole big part of, anyways, is now like right.
Yeah. It it definitely gives the Mages Guild some more claim, I guess, in the big picture in the world. I'm sure they're probably texting their ex, which is, everyone who didn't believe in them, saying, we told you so I was gonna be big. But for Cinder, he never doubted. Even when he went to the Mages Guild, when he got caught at the Mages Guild, it wasn't a agreeable situation. You guys will find out later. But he always knew that they were right because his teacher, who was his mother, he definitely always believed in magic,
Hmm.
and it was always just something that was like a light at the end of the tunnel for him, in the dark world that he could kind of look to. Ironically, it was like the flame that he could keep something tethered to, one, his past, and two, to look forward to. And he's very appreciative that it is present now. But I can imagine, me myself being in his shoes, he would find it very hard to know what to do with all of that because all that knowledge getting confirmed opens up so many other doors.
Hmm.
And this is how I'm also trying to figure out how to play this wizard now in this world. Is just, does he want to study? Does he kind of just want to do everything by trial and error? You know, it's also very hard to just not get bewildered by it because I know that there's not really any huge like mass of knowledge that I can just pull from my brain. Like most of it, I still would. Even this knoll, like this giant knoll shaman, would be something that with magic not being present for so long, I should go back and read a book about this because I'm no pro on this.
Right.
But I'm really just gonna go in and start shooting fire, fire at it, and I'm kind of like a scientist in
Yeah.
that way. We're
Yeah.
testing all this crap out.
Just
So,
experiment.
yeah.
As everyone's like, what's gonna bring it down? Like, I don't know. I have no
No.
clue.
What's a resistance? I don't know.
um, I'd say like, for you guys as well, both in character or out of character, as magic has returned to the world, like what kind of things do you think both your characters and you guys are kind of like expecting to see, come back like in? Like you've heard references of dragons. You now see a 60-foot, knoll. Like these things that didn't seem possible or highly unlikely are suddenly back. So like, what kind of, I guess, like landscape stuff even? Like what do you expect? To come back.
Well, Aurelius being as young as he is, this doesn't have like a huge impact on him
Mm-hmm.
because he's still got a wild imagination, and the fact this is playing out in front of his eyes is like wow. But like, this isn't like
Yeah, it's a
the
little
most.
bit. He's a
This
little bit
isn't the
more
most
malleable.
insane thing I've ever imagined. Like
Right.
so like
That's a
this
good
kind of
point.
makes sense.
Well, he also has
But,
a devilish, patron that just pops out of walls behind
Yeah.
him. So
and he knows there's a lot greater forces than than he can really understand
Mhm.
that are about. So it's not like a huge surprise to him. But as far as what's expected, I mean, he's all over the place. Any story he would have heard about mythical beasts or anything, are you asking for
Yeah, no,
suggestions maybe or?
I mean, whatever you guys are thinking, like I just want to know what you guys are like are you anticipating giant, I don't know, like mountain giants, that pick up the frost peaks of Gruul and fight each other, from the mountain ranges across from each other, like
I'm
you
down
know.
for some kaiju action. Yeah.
You have a kaiju to fight.
um, that's a good question, actually.
I mean, if we add giants with the capability and willingness to pick up entire mountains, that kind of throws everything tipsy topsy. Like, anything can happen.
I don't think I have enough expeditious retreat for that. So please let it be from a spectacle only standpoint. I definitely so some of my favorite films, and this is gonna come full circle, but some of my favorite films are Studio Ghibli films. If you guys don't know the name Studio Ghibli, then you'll know Hayao Miyazaki. If you don't know Hayao Miyazaki, then you'll know Spirited Away, My Neighbor Totoro, Howl's Moving Castle. And those are my ideal fantasy films, and they're very diverse. But I always, always, always love, and I know it's cliche because it's fantasy, but Enchanted Forest
Hmm.
are a big selling point of mine, especially ones that have the animals having just as much domain as any elf or other creature.
Hmm.
Animals that can speak, or for lack of a better phrase or a pull to pull from something, the deer god from Princess Mononoke, one of my
Right.
favorite things. Um, and then there's also like, Laputa is one of my favorite movies like ever. Like Castles in the Sky, like, Angelic Worlds and stuff like that. Like those are definitely like as far as like a locale place. Like I would love to go somewhere that's not uh, not stuck in a negative way, but it's quite literally grounded in like Victorian esque or Tolkien esque locales. The hills, the mountains, the fields, all great things. But getting lost somewhere in a forest, in the sea, in the sky is something that I would be very, very interested in from a magic standpoint.
So, like a session, or like a traveling session or something like that, where it's just pure, like role play, no combat or very little combat, and just this is what you're seeing. Like this is the enchanted world of what you're seeing now. Would that be something that would like appeal to you guys of like having the world kind of expanded in that way?
It's hard to like. I mean, yes, but like it's also going to be really hard for you to like keep us from like because something's going to catch our attention,
Yeah,
as
yeah.
players, and then we're gonna end up drifting towards that, and so you can. I mean, then it's really up to you if you want to let us into that or try to keep us on focus.
Yeah, something shiny is really it's all it takes is like the most minuscule
But
shiny thing
yeah,
for us.
it's not going to take much for like the party to end up going on a wild tangent that could
Right.
take 20 sessions to
Well,
resolve.
you guys already know that I like to run it as I like to run D&D as a sandbox, and I'll give you motivation to go somewhere and do something, but it's on your characters and you guys to fulfill your characters, wishes and desires within that. The world continues on. So if you guys are exploring, an enchanted forest, and you spend, I don't know, forever in it while there's something dire that needs to happen somewhere else. I'm not gonna be like, hey, there's something dire somewhere else that needs to go on. Like I would let you guys explore the entire time, with the expectation of understanding that like, as you're doing this, evil, doesn't just like chill. It's like in the Lord of the Rings, right? Like Sauron continues to do things even when the Fellowship is asleep, for taking a rest or whatever. Like, doesn't just stop.
Oh yeah, but the opposing force doesn't either,
Right. Yeah.
and and it's not like we're the only ones fighting.
True.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
That
true.
is
That's
true.
true, actually. Yeah, because I mean, all the cast we come across, I mean, could be very well a prince or a princess from like another land who we run into, and that's just our new resident NPC who's
Uh,
been fighting evil.
so we got some questions in here. We got a question about resurrection. Uh, what about resurrection with magic coming back? Is it still possible? I would say
good question.
that is a great question. I would
Mm.
say it is. The gods are very or have been very, I guess, meddling. I'll say. As we hear with Thuban, he had a whole dream about the characters that he's met up with. So they have their own kind of designs and plans and whatnot going on. So faith-based resurrection for sure is still a possible thing. The difficulty that people will have with it is that no one's really done it in a long time. So in order to, kind of figure out how to do it, there's going to be kind of a research, thing that needs to happen, like a little bit of experimentation to try to, create that opportunity, for it to happen. Lots of prayer, lots of, whatever, like if there's a ritual they have to do, like there'll have to be kind of a deep dive into that in order to resurrect someone, unless the guys are just like, no, hey, you're back.
Mm.
But through adversity, people grow. So the gods might not do that just because if you just give them freebies, people are just going to keep throwing their life around to die. And I think when D&D starts being like, and as much as I sheepishly love it, like Dragon Ball, where Goku just keeps dying, and they're like, "All right, you're back." Hey, forget about that. Don't worry about that. Like, that's not the world that I've created. I just playing with life and death, like not really meaning much. Just I feel like doesn't reward players for their efforts, you know. And you know, if you just make death like something that doesn't matter at all, then people don't have to be careful. You just throw caution to the wind and can do whatever. You see a dragon at level 2 and you're like, I'm gonna go fight it. Like that's not a move. Don't do that.
I'm gonna go write it. That's the right answer.
And then will powerful magic users come back who were around when magic was everywhere? This is a very interesting question. And I would say that it is when you kind of dig into the life force of, you know, magic in the world, like you kind of start to take on more of it into yourself so that you're able to use it. And that's kind of what I figure, you know, leveling up is for like sorcerers and whatnot. For wizards, you know, it's research and studying and being able to you know, kind of figure stuff out more or whatever. But for specifically for like sorcerers who would be magic users, I'd say that they could return. Wizards less so, kind of the other magic groups less so. Druids, I would say possibly yes, like ancient druids could come back.
Nice.
But it's just kind of the nature of the magic itself, in which the lack of a better word, the class or the magic user or whatever uses, and the more natural, the more like connected to the spirit of the realm itself, the magic of the realm itself, would make it more likely for them to have faded with magic going away, and then possibly coming back with magic returning.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. That's a good question.
That's a great question.
Hell yeah! I was excited to hear the answer. Good.
Headphones want to die.
Hmm.
Yeah, that was an awesome question. That was from Miller.
I'm still stuck on giants throwing mountains at each other.
As I was talking about it, I was just imagining The Hobbit.
I mean, we could just also have
Wait, did that happen in The Hobbit?
Yeah, it
What?
does. In part 2, I think.
Wait, in the movie or the book?
In the book, part 2, you have the
Wait, there's a part 2.
in the
Oh.
Did I say the movie or the book?
You said
You
the
said
book.
the book.
Dang it! I meant the movie. In the second
You're
movie,
about to blow my mind.
in the second movie, there is a fight of the like mountain giants throwing like giant boulders and whatnot at each other.
Yeah. Okay,
And that's what.
Well, there's a difference between boulders and mountains.
Well, they were the size of mountains, throwing like giant rocks at each other and like punching
Yeah.
each other and
The
whatnot.
giant were the size
Not
of
to me. They're
Yeah,
all
they
the
weren't-
same to me.
Yeah,
They weren't
not
throwing
giant mountains,
mountain-sized
mountain
boulders.
giants. No, that would be wild.
Yeah, because then they'd be like, oh my god, they wouldn't even be mountains. What would it? What would
Yeah,
they be? They've ascended.
I don't know.
That'd be terrifying. There's nothing you can do.
I feel like I'm not gonna lie. I feel like a giant the size of a mountain would not really be focused on like small adventurers. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
like what are you
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
do to him?
It's ants to him. Like,
I'd imagine he'd need to sleep a lot too.
Probably.
Like it would be in those situations. Well, I'm curious as the people who make those type of things. Do
I
they
mean,
make
how
them
scientific do you want to get?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I'm like,
Well,
do you
technically that
get
mountain-
scientific because you don't want to deal with them being around and being giant, so you just make them sleep all the time? I
Like,
can't imagine.
Yes, this igneous rock. He needs to sleep for 7 hours. And for him, 7 hours is actually 700 years. So he's just gonna keep sleeping. He just woke
But
up
when
today to rampage a little bit.
yeah,
He'll
but
go
when
to
he's
bed.
awake, it's a hell of a day.
He has to consume a lot of calories.
Yeah.
After he wakes up, he's gonna be hungry.
Oh my gosh. I can't- Imagine how warm the earth would be, though. That's a good nap, man. That's a good nap. That cover never moves.
I see two questions in here. So a 300-year-old druid stuck in an animal form now can take human form again, something like that. Yes.
That
is-
blows for them.
Does it get harder with time? The longer you're in the animal form, is it harder to switch back to your original form?
I would say it's probably uncomfortable. You know, if you've been in a particular
Ooh.
form for a while, then you switch. You know, like imagine, you know, druids like with wild shape and whatnot, right? Like in the flavor text, it says, you know, or in the book, it says you can take the shape of an animal, but you know, there's no real like consideration on like that's probably a weird experience, right? Like suddenly you are an ant, you know, or you know, a rat or whatever. Like that's not normal. You know, if you
For the first time doing it.
right for the
Absolutely.
probably the
Yeah.
first couple of times, you know.
Oh,
like-
Yeah,
cat
yeah.
bad. Okay.
Once you get used to it, you get used to it. But
right, but you know, who's to say when you get used? Maybe you've done it 15 times and you're still like, this is a weird feeling.
I will
Absolutely.
say, I will let you guys know when I do it. Just how good it feels. It's gonna burn. It's gonna burn a little bit more for me, probably being Circle of Wildfire. Well, I guess not. I chose Fire Genasi for this reason, so you know I can bypass all flame pain.
Okay, and then another question: if you are willing for everyone who has been following a small hint about what the flowers are. Okay, so
Laura.
the fauna. No.
No!
Dang it!
It's like a kid trying to he's like, you know, the parents like waiting for them to spell something right and they just do the complete wrong thing and they're like, no.
It feels like the spelling. It feels like the spelling bee, like in fourth grade, every time where I so confidently misspelled
I
lightning.
failed on the first word.
I was at the end. They said your word is lightning, and I spelled lighting.
Oh, you're an idiot.
I know, stupid.
Oh my gosh.
Dummy.
It's like spell cat. C-A-F. No.
You were close, though. You were close.
Bro, my word was the ocean. But anyway.
So before I give a small hint about what the flowers are, I think I'd prefer to ask the players what they think the flowers are.
He's going to give us payback for this spelling bee joke.
That's right. That's right.
That's his way of saying, I have no idea.
No, it's not.
That's how writers do.
No, but I want to know what do you guys think they are? Like, what's their nature? What do they do?
I'm
Honestly,
interested to
it
hear
could
really
be nothing. They could just be. I mean, there was probably a reason they were in that room. I'm sure they have some properties or some use. But who's to say what that use is? You know, it could be pretty. Like if you let your hopes get really high, that it's like something crazy, and then it's just like, you know, it'll cure your constipation.
Oh no.
It just smells really good. It just smells good, so you don't, you know, throw up in the dungeon.
Yeah, don't give him any ideas because I don't want him to shoot my idea down and then it really is just like, you know, it cures nausea or something like that. It's like some ambrosia.
So what do you?
Or maybe it's a psychedelic.
Yeah,
That's a hell of a trip.
The whole world of Vizslat is just a psychedelic dream. We'll find out in a year and some change that like you guys like. All right, and you wake up.
What?
The Matrix.
What do you think?
I just because I know we've had discussions on writing, and I kind of see if I think I know your writing style a little bit, at least, and your world building style, I guess, go hand in hand. So I think these flowers are definitely uh they're telling of the magic returning to the realm for sure. They may not necessarily be the most like potent things. I'm sure maybe with mixing and making concoctions they could be, uh, but they're yeah, that'd be dope. But at base, at least, they're definitely like a telling sign that magic is returning to the realm in some capacity. Because just in fantasy, typically, nature is very resembling of magic.
Those flowers hadn't been seen heavily since magic was around last, right?
Correct.
No, if it's my understanding, because I think he did give me a little bit of what Cinder would know of them from the Mages Guild. Like they don't have a name, but we know of them, and we're learning still about their name. I'm sure they're still studying them at the Mages Guild, like as we speak. Someone is, yeah, someone,
Somebody probably named them at some point. You just don't know it.
yeah. And I mean, eventually we'll find that lost text too. But until then, um, let's see. I'm trying to think if I can get even deeper with it and try and figure. I'm trying to get some Easter eggs going for you guys.
I'm Stonewall Jackson. It's not.
Oh,
You're not gonna get through me.
oh, I bet. Until I actually like guess it like right on the head, then your brows do like this. Oh, no, that's not it.
I'm gonna hit you with it. No, couldn't be.
I wouldn't go as far as to say that the flowers are like, symbolic of like the glass shards and the shattering, because I feel like flowers would probably be a little bit more present to the entirety of our story in some way if that was the case.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what you're playing at, DM. I don't know.
Good. I think the smallest hint that I can give is that it's not even a hint. It really is just kind of a reaffirmation that like these flowers had not been seen for just as long as magic had been away. So them returning is of note. And that's about the smallest hint. And yes, even if the players know this information, the characters they're playing will not.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It means that we can grow corn and go to space again, guys.
Yeah, the International Space Station is waiting for you guys just above Wizalot.
Hell yeah!
How cool would that be if suddenly I just revealed that like you guys are
It's a
actually
sci-fi term.
you guys are in a sci-fi campaign and you just didn't know it the entire time.
Cinder, with knowing Cinder's backstory and his mom's backstory and his dad's, don't worry, Daddy's there too.
You're just Star-Lord.
I'm just Star-Lord, I mean, as long as my dad doesn't give my mom cancer, because I still to this day will never. Every time I see Kurt Russell's face, I'm just like, fuck that guy, man. He gave Star-Lord's mom cancer. Kurt Russell's like,
Sorry about it.
Who?
Who are you? Who are you? You're my son? No, I'm the one that gave your mom cancer.
God, that was so messed up, but such a good plot twist.
Hurt my heart. Yeah. Let's see. A question I wanted to ask you guys was, as far as the kingdoms, what kingdoms are you guys like looking forward to going to? I know that Tove. Can I ask you why?
No, I'm not going
to. Tove.
Why Tove?
They're really unique, man. From what we understand, I mean, we all played a part in creating the kingdoms and everything. So I'm sure a lot of listeners probably don't really know, but Tove is very different from all of the other nations. And the fact that I don't even know where to start. they're just very different. I think it's mainly composed of dwarves.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm not wrong. Dwarves, gnomes, and I mean anyone else who.
I thought you said doors for a second. And I was like, okay, I didn't know that.
But they're supposed to be very unique compared to the other. They're kind of like on their own level. Like they're doing them. I'm interested to see what that's all about.
Yeah.
I think there's some kind of hive mind. That's the feeling I'm getting, and I don't like it.
Yeah. It's
I
like
don't like
like
it.
like almost like communism, like like everyone like for the good of all rather than the good of one.
Mm-hmm. Do you guys have any? Do you guys have any questions for me? Like, as far as things that have gone on so far, or campaign setting, or whatever. And again, once again, in the chat, feel free to ask any type of questions that you want to know, no matter how outlandish. We'll at least entertain them.
I guess just to, I
And
don't
it
want
could
to
be
get
questions
too much
about
into detail.
it could be questions about NPCs, like what their stuff is, as well.
I personally, you know, I'll rep Jaki or not Jaki, Yalaria till I die. But I'm definitely interested in Leyland for sure. Still, I want to see your take on elves and their domain.
Mm-hmm.
There's got to be a potency of magic there for sure. And just knowing that that's where Miro and Willow came from, especially with what's gone on with their characters thus far. Like I want to see where that started. And I mean, I know I believe they were fleeing from there, so they probably don't want to go back there. So that's going to be an interesting situation. But I would, and then the Freeman.
The
I
Freeman.
love
I
the
was gonna
Freeman. I
say.
love the Freeman. Like I wrote them
Interesting.
into my backstory just because they were that cool.
They're very nomadic. Just
Yeah.
Yeah, the Freemen have been
I like
mentioned, I think, twice now. In the campaign. Do you guys want to talk like a little bit about what they are?
Yeah. We'll come back to questions for you too. Sorry, I
Yeah.
just that was on my mind.
Yeah, no, it's cool.
Um, do you have any what experience do you without spoiling? What do you have to know about the Freeman there, Aurelius? I'm curious now.
Aurelius doesn't know really anything about the Freeman other than
Okay.
that they exist and like
Yeah.
it's a thing.
They're
Okay.
just kind of nomadic
Yeah.
travelers.
But they're cool, man.
I
It was
mean,
the-
I doubt the Freeman would wander into Gritha much.
No.
No.
Yeah, so he's
No.
never encountered that.
No, they would not do that.
Gritha's like the Angelica from Rugrats of
Of the kingdoms.
of the kingdoms.
I imagine Gritha kind of like Roman Empire-esque, like just fucking really, really powerful because they're so unified, but it's so much corruption, and I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. The Freemen are interesting. That's definitely my type of party. I wanted to give. I definitely gave Cinder the best of both worlds. Really, three different worlds when he comes to his backstory with him being from Eularia. Eularia is actually I chose that just because I drew the sigils for Brooks actually on a project, and that was my favorite one that I drew. And while the saying is not coming to my brain right now, sorry, I'm a little tired from traveling. That I already knew. I still know to this day, like out of the kingdoms, that's my favorite sigil and saying. And I was like, oh, it's definitely my next character is going to be from Yelaria, hands down. But Cinder did spend a good bit of time with the Freemen after he left his home country. So he definitely is well rounded and probably stands and shows for why he doesn't necessarily like the Mages Guild was never his go-to. It was never just, oh yeah, I got to go study at the Mages Guild and that be the end all be all for knowledge. Because I remember someone challenged Cinder. When I think it was the second or third session, and they were asking, what could you learn for the Freeman? You're a wizard of the Mages Guild,
Mhm.
and I responded uh, with there's much to learn from every single person in this world. So, just because you're at the Mages Guild doesn't mean you're the end all be all of understanding, because there's understanding on a smaller scale as well, which that's where Cinder learned that from. Well, from his parentage,
Mhm.
uh, but also from the Freeman as well.
The saying of Yularian, or Yularia, by the way, is "Bring the day you wish to keep."
That's so badass, man. God, that's tough as hell.
I like
That's tough as hell.
Yeah,
that.
for the for chat, and for the records, like I pretty much just in a fever dream started creating Fizzleapp, and I had done a campaign like briefly previously a couple of years ago, I think a year, almost 2 years ago. That was kind of the predecessor to Vigilat, set many hundred years before the Shattering in this campaign. But I never really fleshed it out as fully as I have now, and they're still like connected. But in a fever dream, I was like, kingdoms, yeah, kingdoms and a whole world, and magic is like this, and it's gone, and now it's back. So I just kind of set out and started doing it, and it was funny because when Cliff was asking me how I came up with the kingdoms, because he world builds as well. When he was asking me how I came up with the kingdoms and the land and whatnot, I kind of didn't have an answer. I just decided that I wanted each of them to be different from each other, and I didn't even use like resources or anything like that. I just kind of sat down and was like, these are like what makes them up, and this is what their capital looks like, and the kings and the governmental structure of each of the kingdoms, and who's in charge, and what their signets look like, and their sayings and their values and flaws and all that. Like, I just went to town with it, and it was awesome. Just looking back and like, okay, I've got something. Like, this is cool. And then when I asked Cliff to help me with the signets, like having like an actual icon for them, and telling him like, hey, I think it'd be really cool to have, the different things that kind of makes the kingdoms in it. Like, he did such a cool job with making that happen for each of them. Where like I'm looking at them right now, and they just really sum up like what those kingdoms are like, which is just couldn't have asked for better. I couldn't have asked for more.
Yeah, you keep on stroking that ego, baby.
But yeah, I mean, really, like the lore and everything else. Like, I just kind of came up with it, over a span of like a day, and just went real ham. I wrote
Big flex.
I wish I was lying, but I'm really not. Like, I came up with a whole timeline of events, and then had like a forward and what magic is like, who the deities are, kind of in-depth things on the kingdoms and the gods and all that. Like, and it was good enough that I was like, I feel comfortable enough sending this to players and just starting to run it, and that's exactly what I did.
That's the complete opposite of me. That's so funny you say that, because the project I'm working on right now in my corner, we literally just started off the idea of the main character getting her ass beat in a muddy fighting ring. And I just kind of went from there. And you started literally like symbolically from just like, boom, creation, ideals, gods, magic. And I'm just like, nah, my character's just gonna get her ass beat.
Here's a question in the chat. Do your characters have an end game? And if so, what are they, if you're willing to share?
Mm.
And keep in mind, these end games can change.
Great question.
Yeah.
Aurelius right now, being so young, he just really just wants to get stronger. He just wants to be able to help those that he loves. He's seen things torn away from him in his life, and he wants to be strong enough to keep that from happening.
I guess with Cinder, he really just he knows that there's more to the world than the world is even letting on right now, and he's willing to go do whatever it takes to really get to see. Well, he's never going to learn everything. I mean, come on, it's the cosmos, but he does get a thrill from things being revealed. If it wasn't for the dark thing that happened in this last session, he would have been elated at that. It's very cool that like even these gnolls have this ability because of magic. And as you know, I have written some things into my backstory. I even pseudo homebrewed something, and I'm still very much so curious to see what Bricks does with this because it ties into my story too, on some multiversal level stuff. And we don't know if Cinder will ever get there, or get to that point. But it'd be nice and cool if we could explore that in some capacity. I basically just gave him like a love letter, and he passed it on, and I'm assuming it's gonna blow up into something else in his brain. So it'll be cool to see.
Yeah. I think it's funny that Cinder's like, I just want to learn, and Aurelius is like, I just want to get stronger. Like, oh, okay, yeah, like,
Yeah.
But for what reason? Like, does he just want to get stronger just to be strong, or?
He wants to be able to control the environment around him. He wants to fucking be... I'm sorry. I used the F word. He just wants to be able to make things suit him.
Mm-hmm.
He's selfish, really.
Yeah.
But
I think we saw some of that crack, though. I mean, he's selfish, but then, here Willow is crying over, Miro being killed and sucked into this giant gnoll, and he wishes selflessly, talks to his patron and says like,
he's never known his actual parents,
mm-hmm.
and he knows that they're humans like him, and so that's weighed on him, and he doesn't feel loved. And with Willow really taking that mother figure for him, and again like seeing her reaction to everything, and he knows he owes a debt to Miro. It was a
yeah.
It was an easy decision for him to make at the time, considering that he thought it probably wouldn't play out,
mm-hmm.
but it did.
But now it did.
He was scared as hell, but he did what he had to.
Is it a deal that I mean, obviously the deal was struck, but until Aurelius does his part, it's not returned. Do you think Aurelius is now like, like what have I done?
At this point, his mind is only set on
doing it.
Just doing it.
Yeah.
Just it's got to be done. As far as he knows, that's it. That's why he's leaving behind Cinder, because it's like, all right, I wish you would come with us, but like we got something to do.
Yeah.
Stupid.
How much of your character is based off of you, or is it just something you made up?
Just want to say also hey to my boy Austin in the chat. Thanks for stopping by, man.
What's up, man? Glad to have you.
Austin.
Ooh.
That's a difficult question. Obviously, a lot of it draws off of myself because that's what I know. I'm a pretty introspective person. I'm always looking at myself, and so that's where I draw a lot of this from.
Yeah.
I mean,
I love that question.
Yeah.
I'm excited. I like that.
It's a character though. It's some parts of myself are exasperated in this character.
It's a hyperbolic version of yourself.
Yeah, and some parts are completely repressed.
Mm-hmm.
it's hard to say exactly how much, but it's I care for Aurelius. He's probably a decent reflection of myself.
I love that little shithead. Honestly, he's so fun. You definitely have given me a good insight on playing um younger characters. It was always just, playing, other genders, but now it's like, damn, well, I could play like a little kid or an old man and it
Yeah,
works.
you like
So
the age too. Yeah, there's a
yeah,
lot of things there.
yeah, for sure. Um, are you finished or do you have another point to make with Aurelius?
But it,
Mm, I guess with Cinder, he definitely, or I definitely, he definitely has some of my characteristics. I to a T, I definitely say that like I am blessed and cursed to be interested in so many fucking things. Like I literally one day I'll be drawing, one day I'll be writing, one day I'll be like, oh, maybe I could do, cooking, or maybe I could do this, or maybe I want to do this. And Cinder literally loves everything. And no, Cinder's not necessarily the bookworm that he may seem right now. He's still taking it day by day, but he's also very open to other perspectives.
Hmm.
He's also very inclusive. Um, Cinder is also, I always forget this big point, which I mean, it's not really something to make a big deal about, but Cinder's also pansexual. He loves any and everything. Um, unless it pisses him off, because then it's just really, I mean, Genasi also have a fiery temper, and Cinder hasn't
he's a
necessarily had
fire
that.
genasi.
Yeah, he hasn't had to use that, but um, he definitely is short tempered, like not short tempered. He's impatient. He's impatient as hell. Um, and if he ever acts patient, he's just doing it because it needs to be done, not because he wants to by any fucking means. And I uh am the same way. Yeah, I'm patient. Yeah, I can wait. Like I can wait for this PS5, sure, but on the inside, I'm dying. On the inside, I'm dying inside.
What would be the equivalent of a PS5 to Cinder like in the world? What
Ooh,
is he dying for?
gosh. Tilstein, am I right?
Oh
An
my
extent of
god.
encyclopedias.
But if there's one thing that Cinder's dying for, or dying, could it be dying to learn, dying to
Yeah.
discover?
Yeah.
Sheesh, that's a question and a half, bro. Um,
I'm about to ask Aurelius that too. I want to know what's your guys like PS5s and the
there's a PS5 or Xbox. We're inclusive here, like we
we're
said, or
inclusive.
PC. Um, if you come with one before I have it, feel free. I'm thinking on that. Oh, fuck. Damn, dude. You broke me. You broke me. Um,
It's usually the players breaking the DM, but this time
yeah.
the
Could you just open
table
up the
is
entire
true.
sandbox?
Yes, sir.
You know what? With Aurelius has a little gadget that has yet to be revealed,
Mhm. Mhm.
but but he has a deep interest in that and things of that nature. Just like real. When I'm talking gadget, I'm talking like complex mechanical uh, systems. Like it's hard to say without giving away too much information.
Yeah, yeah. But making that
But,
work is that kind of what you're saying?
but like the because like it's a standard thing with fantasy now that it has like almost a steampunk esque sub like
Mhm.
area to it,
Mhm.
and with like the real like tinkering and like mechanical things working together, and it Aurelius has a big interest into that.
I will say that I mean with 300 years of magic not being in the world, like that's enough time for an industrial revolution. Like people were
True.
people were relying on magic before for like everything
Absolutely.
until it went away. So I mean, you guys just now, and the have only seen Frostbite, which is kind of a more remote, mountainous town. But there is definitely like an industrial revolution that has taken place, particularly in Greta. So that it would make sense. It would stand to reason that Aurelius would see these kind of like tinkering and almost steampunk type things, and be drawn to it.
Cinder's going to be both fascinated and disgusted by Gritha. I can tell. I can for sure, being a druid.
Yeah, I mean, and not everywhere has turned to, mechanical devices and whatnot.
Right,
Some people
right.
were just like, all right, well, we're just gonna keep doing our thing. But
Oh, so I did. And this is gonna be real sappy here, boys and girls.
Go
but
for it, baby.
Cinder definitely wants to see the look on his mom's face. Someone who is very much so deserving of the world to him. And he wants to see the look on her face, like knowing that magic is like finally like come back to their realm. Because, she never truly got to experience that. She was uber talented and uber smart. And he knows that she had the potential, to be great. And she was robbed of that by fate. As many people were, but they weren't his mom, so who cares, And yeah, he just wants to see the look in her face, seeing magic in person, live, real, enriching everything. It's not really, PS5 or anything like that.
It's a little
It's
more.
close.
It's a PS6.
Yeah, PS6 and a half.
Do you think that by playing these characters, it helps you in real life grow as a person? Feel free to say no. I mean, if it doesn't, then you can say no.
Yeah, definitely from a writer's perspective, it definitely does for me. I'm gonna say that.
Yeah. I mean, I try to learn from everything, every aspect of life. So I do try to learn as much as I can from my experiences here. It's almost like a little simulation reality in a way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, it is. It lets you get the jitters and stuff that you had as a kid about, oh man, like what if the world was like this?
Yeah.
What if it was like Spooderman, What if I could swing from skyscraper to skyscraper? But now I can get my ass beat by a giant dragon, so it's just 10 times better. And there's no coming back.
I had a question for you guys. So, what do you guys have seen other adventurers now? You saw Yepos's head cut off and still talking. Bryce killed. Tilstein, Carthor obviously being a wrecking ball of, rage and fur and horns. What kind of perspective? I mean, you guys, your characters likely would have never really seen adventures beyond each other, in such a close-up way. The nearest thing, I guess, would be for Cinder, being some of the freemen who were a little bit, gruffer, tougher, retired adventurers. Or I guess not even retired adventurers, probably,
Very much so adventurers.
Well, adventurers less in the sense of slaying evil, and more looking for adventure.
Right, yeah.
I mean, evil things were still around, but not so, magical, not so
Absolutely.
not so unbalanced in threat.
Much so warriors, I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
Anything.
So, like, what kind of thoughts are going through your head as you're seeing, like, you're realizing suddenly, like, we are adventurers and they are adventurers? Like, how does that give them perspective of, like, their place, or their importance in Vizsla? I'm asking real deep questions. I'm all in on it. Sorry.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just for chat, I am actually a photojournalist, so interviews are like my thing.
I gotta write everything down before I actually say it, or this will come out like poop. So this is sucks for me.
Actually, well, go ahead and let's take like a 10-minute break. Does that sound good? 15?
Okay.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah,
put a
sounds
pin
good.
in that and come back to it. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll take a 15-minute break and we'll be back at 11. Or sorry, 11. We'll take an hour and 15-minute break. We'll be back at 10:20. So at 10:20 we'll be back. Hope you guys will continue to join us. I hope you guys are enjoying yourselves. If while we're on break, if you guys have questions, send them in the chat, and when we come back, we'll start with those, or we'll start with their answers to this question, and then move into those as well. But we'll be back. And we are back. Yeah, Cinder needed some chalky milk, so we had to wait a little minute, but that's fine.
It's a Genasi thing. You wouldn't understand.
It's just because it's hot chocolate.
Yeah.
Here soon, we are going to be rejoined or joined by Dakota, which will be great to have him join us. For now, I guess the last question we had was the perspective, like how Cinder and Aurelius, view themselves as, the world around them, the world at large.
It's a small, brave new world.
Oh, yeah, that seems like such a smaller answer than what you were gonna give.
It's extremely humbling to Aurelius, seeing just this Hulk of strength, Carthor, and then his patron, which is so mysterious and powerful, and just running into all these different characters that most of which could really mess him up if it weren't for his patron's powers.
Right.
Absolutely. This is something I haven't really given much thought. That's so interesting of a question, man. That's a good one. Cinder definitely, he doesn't feel out of place so much as, everything's an adventure with him. It's not even really, he's more inspired, I guess, than anything. He's still protective about those he cares about, even though he won't really let them know that. But he does because, of abandonment issues and whatnot. But yeah, he's inspired by all of them. It's a cool place to be in. I mean, can you imagine really, like, if we were here and, legends of magic and, mythology and stuff actually ended up being true? That'd be okay. I wouldn't really. It'd be horrible, but if it wasn't,
society as we know it.
Yeah, society as we know it, it would be a shit show. But on the brighter side of things, it would be pretty inspiring to know that there's an entire new generation of exploration, of discovery, of heroes and villainy that like they get to be a part of. So he's digging it. Until he gets knocked unconscious.
Now with the gnolls, I mean, this is the first time you guys have seen gnolls. On top of, the.
I just wrote this into my backstory, but we actually saw one get dissected at the Mages Guild.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
They're like the shamanic. How do you say that?
Shamanic? Shimona.
Shimona.
I mean, shaman or shaman? Like...
Shamanic. Shamana. The powers in which you saw them use. As you were walking through their cave, and Cinder and Thuban kind of saw the sigils, the signs and whatnot.
And it was crazy.
What kind of like visceral reaction, does that have? Like, imagine in a like real world context, you're walking through and then suddenly like you see, for example, the American flag with like Nazi symbols written all over it, or whatever. Like that would be pretty like. I don't know, like punchy.
Well, I was gonna say before you made that comparison, it's like, well, dang, what did we do as like an overworld to make them feel that way? Is the perspective that Cinder would think about it. But now it sounds like, oh, well, what did we do to the Nazis that made them feel so angry towards us? Maybe we were mean to the Nazis. I'm like, no, we were not mean to the Nazis. That's not what I'm saying. Cliff the person is not saying that. But it is it shows the. I don't know if I'm answering the question, but it is definitely showing the dangers of magic, of like the new dawn of
Right.
magic. Everyone, it's fair, it's free game. The Mages Guild is, definitely has their hands tied. They haven't been able to have that grasp over the world that I imagine they had prior.
Mm-hmm.
So it really is the wild, wild west of fantasy in a sense.
It is.
Where oh dang, that kind of hit me now. It's like, and it's really a power grab at this point. Like everyone's really, and this goes back to you and your patron, Kyle. Is like, if he even potentially wants something, like who does that mean that all the way at the top of the cosmos type thing? Like, is there no order? Is it all chaos? It's like from the top down.
Is
Is
it?
it? Yeah.
Is he answering to somebody?
Oh my gosh,
Um,
you made me big brain that just now. I'm like shaking over here.
how do you feel when you hear the DM say roll initiative?
Don't like it. Don't like it. Got a big nope feeling right there.
Bad, yeah. Sometimes I'm ready for it. Sometimes I'm edging for it. Sometimes.
Yeah. If I have like all my spell slots open, I'm like, ooh, ooh. But if like even two were taken off of that first level spells, I'm just like, I want to go to sleep real quick, please.
Yeah. Well, are you always ready for a fight? No. They just kind of happen.
Yes. 24/7, baby.
And I just have to say that Aurelius running on all fours is probably one of my favorite pastimes.
Actually, that's a great question. What's the funniest thing that you guys like? What is the funniest thing in the campaign for you so far?
Mhm.
Imagining myself like a little kid getting thrown around by this giant wolf in their jaws makes me laugh. But I have a pretty dark sense of humor.
All right, fair enough.
I would say Aurelius succeeding to steal a magic wolf head in a shop while I am speaking to this it is drow, correct?
Yeah.
Because cow drow. Had to make sure I remember that.
Yeah.
Because I want to say dro so bad sometimes. When Cinder was speaking to that dro and Cinder drow. Damn it. Damn it. Uh
Can't believe
yeah,
it.
it was fun. That was funny though. That was funny. I didn't think you were gonna give it to him, honestly. I think he rolled like a 13 or 14, and he
I think it
still
was
got
higher.
away with it.
I think it was
You think
like
it was higher?
I think it was a 15 or something.
Yeah.
And
It wasn't super high, but then I cast what was it? Cause fear on him.
yeah.
Right, yeah, he was spooked. And I'm just like, did I say
Which, by the way,
something?
I implore you to read the rules of cause fear.
I will do that right now. That guy's probably
Uh-oh.
tweaking right now. Oh my gosh, he might be dead. I had killed him. Cause fear. 5e.
I'm just gonna let him look it up real quick.
The affected creature becomes frightened. If the subject succeeds on a will save, it is shaken for 1 round. Creatures with 6 or more hit dice are immune to this effect. Cause fear counters and dispels remove fear. Oh man, so he needed to make a save even to be just shaken in general.
Mm-hmm.
So he was just what was he scared of? I'll ask you, like what were you gonna project on him that he was scared of? I don't know if you projected or if it's up to the DM's
I
discretion
mean,
as to
yeah, that really
That'd be him.
depends. Is it does the spell manifest his greatest fear, or do I have to choose something?
I would say. I would
I
say. Oh,
I figured it was gonna be me because I'm like in his line of sight, and now he's just like definitely terrified him.
That's a question that honestly I wasn't 100% prepared for. And you know what? And that's fine. I'm gonna look at it again real quick.
He's gonna ask Reddit.
No, it's just you awaken the sense of mortality in one creature you can see within range. So
He just gets really fucking scared.
he just gets
Yeah.
really afraid of. He just gets really afraid of death all of a sudden.
It's an ultimate, just like chill, like when your hair stands up on the back of
Oof,
your neck,
the
but it's like
worst.
everywhere.
Do you feel you always have to fight when you roll initiative, and why?
You know what? I do.
You do.
Yeah. Once I hear the initiative roll, it takes the turn into a very controlled combat scenario, which is by turns. And after initiative starts, it's like, yeah, all right, this is it. I'm locked in.
Well, I'm gonna have a question that spurs off of this, but just initially, my opinion, I don't. It's just like any video game where you aggro something and you have the choice to run away, unless the game designer walls you off and you can't go back and you get completely mutilated because you should have sat there and fought. But my question is, DM Brooks, how would you rule that if someone were to be in an encounter with a group and someone says they don't want to take part in the initiative order? Would they have to wait until combat is over for their part of the story to pick up
I
and
would
they just
ask.
watch?
I would ask why. Like, what is the
Okay.
intent of not rolling for initiative? If it is purely because they, like, say for example, the Mages Guild shows up somewhere and everyone wants to fight them, right? But Cinder is like, hey, I do not want to fight them, right? Like, I refuse to take part in initiative. I would rule that, like, all right, you're just gonna stand there, and your input would be very limited. Maybe at the end of every turn you could say something, but until you roll initiative, like, you're not engaged.
Right.
Or
I could imagine
Again-
that in a scenario where like someone's working on something and
right,
it's just outside of combat.
right, and even then
And it takes a certain amount of time.
I
Combat.
might have you roll. I might still have you roll initiative, but it's more of like a narrative and combat mixed, like hybrid type thing, where like I'm just having you roll for initiative so that I can see, where narratively you are in order of everything else.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. And I guess like in that situation you gave with the Mages Guild, I could still I could be in the initiative order, but I don't necessarily have to use my actions to do
No,
anything.
no, you don't.
Yeah, I could use that too, like you said, inject myself narratively, or even use my spell, say I cast sleep on enemies of the Mages Guild, who are also allies. It'd be a cool conflict of character interest, but that's an option too, I guess. Good point.
Yeah, I mean, for me, like when I have you guys roll initiative, I don't intend it to fully be like yes, there's combat happening now, whatever, but like you can escape from a combat,
Well, I'm not very good at it, but you can.
right? But you can.
It's also like a kind of like a group effort thing too. Like I could
Yeah.
personally, but like, is everyone else going to?
Right.
Yeah.
And I think that's where you go into, if one person starts retreating, right? Like, how does the group respond to that? But like, what are the characters doing? If Aurelius is going to retreat from combat, okay, should we leave? Like, he's running. Should we get out of here? Or if someone has extensive knowledge on something, like if some sort of demon popped out, of the obsidian plane or something, and is now like running towards you guys, and Thuban is like, "Hey, we should not fight this thing. Like, we should leave." Do you listen to the expertise of the person that is the most aware of this thing, or you're like, wow, screw that, like we rolled initiative, so we're gonna fight. I think it's kind of a meta versus in character kind of question to consider.
That's a tough pickle. Because me as the wizard, I mean, definitely just want to rather narrative every. Let's just talk it out. Let's just talk everything
go
out,
ahead,
please. But no one wants it. That's not entertaining. I mean, it can be, but it depends on the setting. We're in a bar. We're bar fighting.
I
don't
love some
care.
roleplay.
Yeah.
I think it can have some wonderful, like if you're fighting a demon or a devil or some crazy enemy that's not just purely on a warpath or whatever, and it could even be on a warpath, and you are like, hey, you know what? Instead of fighting it, I want to try to talk to it. Like that could work.
There's some ideas in my mind here.
I'm just saying, will it work every time? Maybe not, but
Depends on how attractive the demon
It's a possibility.
Right, but it's a possibility. Like, not every initiative rolled, encounter or whatever has to end with all enemies from one side either retreating or dying.
Right.
That's my perspective on it, at least. Shoot, what was I gonna say? As far as the party, no. So I was asking previously, like, do you guys have any questions for like NPCs, like more?
I actually had a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
What's the well, this could probably lead into several questions, but first off, what's the favorite NPC you've played so far?
Oof.
And that can be, we can explain it. Viz a lot, though. Viz a lot. So it could be last campaign or this campaign.
I'll keep it to this campaign.
Okay.
Man, my favorite NPC so far. Let me pull out my handy dandy.
I got a feeling.
Who do you think it's going to be?
Actually, where's where are my notes? Hello, notes. Okay, so I'm really torn. I'm like super torn, actually. I truly enjoyed playing, or doing Marivoy, the innkeeper. That was a lot of fun.
A woman?
No, Marivoy, the Goliath innkeeper.
Okay. I was thinking that was him, but wasn't sure. Okay,
Yeah.
You said innkeeper.
Yeah,
I
Marivoy.
thought it was.
So it's really three. It's Marivoy, it's Carthor, because he's just kind of fun to,
Yeah.
But honestly, like, if his rolls were, like, bad, he would be far less fun, but I keep rolling well with him, so he's, like, super sick, because the rolls back up, like, what I imagined him to be.
Knock on wood.
I know, for real. And then I also really enjoyed playing Javine.
Okay.
I really enjoyed playing Javine just because of how, like, unhinged he became, like, through his fight with Thuban.
Yeah.
Which was, for me, just kind of a fun place to be able to, like, go, like all my characters usually are pretty, they might be goofy, they might be serious, but, like, they're just pure unhinged, like,
Nice.
maniacally, like, I'm going to kill you, I can't wait to kill you, like, just pure evil. Like, it was just something different for me that I haven't done before.
Javine was definitely my guess. Like, you just seemed like you were having real fun there being the anime villain.
It was super sick. It was super sick. And
Go rot.
I mean, really, like, being able to, like, the weird yelling, the cackling, the, like, I'm gonna rip your, like, I'm gonna enjoy seeing your entrails. Like, who says that? Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, Brick's got all of his hate speech out in that.
Yeah.
There. He's got,
Who says
Um,
crazy stuff like
It was crazy.
come on.
But yeah, I mean, I'd say those three so far have been my favorite from this campaign. I do see. What about your first campaign? My favorite NPC from that one. So there's one character that has been in 2 of my campaigns now.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. I haven't experienced it, but I know.
The name is Margaret, and she is a old gnome who is just very strange, and she wears like a 4-foot tall hat. She's kind of just batshit insane. I don't know, but she is also like very powerful, like wizard.
I'd like to meet this Marge.
And in the first campaign, she kept trying to set up one of the characters with a Knoll friend of hers, like on a date, which was hilarious to have their reactions to that. And then the another one from the first campaign that I did was the lizard folk chieftain who believed that the party convinced him that they could teach him magic, and they like through a series of sleight of hand tricks and quick thinking or whatever, they actually convincingly like showed him that he could do magic, and then they ended up killing him in a fight with a Hydra. so there's that, but he was still fun to play. And then they had to eat Hydra balls, so yeah, that was part of it.
They have to what?
Yeah.
I do it.
To not get killed by the lizard folk, they
To not get killed?
Yeah.
Oh, I definitely do it.
yeah they were like ready to kill them all, and they were like, hey, part of the spoils, you have to eat this, and they were like, eat it.
Did they have to roll the con check?
Yeah.
I've probably eaten worse with the Freeman, so it's okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, the Freeman would probably do some pretty weird stuff like that too. I wouldn't anticipate them being like, oh no, I couldn't possibly like. Any other questions from chat? Any thoughts here? I think we're about to have him join us.
Nick said he's en route.
Yeah. How do you guys feel about like the quests you guys have right now? As well as, you guys have heard that there's a large white dragon that is flying around the frost peaks of Geralt, particularly Frostbite, and it has not been seen since it was mentioned. What's that like? Knowing that's around.
I want every part of that. Not every part. It's not a bite off more than we can chew here. But I want to see it.
That kind of correlates back to the question I answered earlier. It's just like, there's a lot of crazy shit going on, and Aurelius is young and very impressionable still, and pretty crazy things might not be as crazy to him.
Mm-hmm.
And so he understands that everything's very different, but that's also not super weird for him.
Right.
Because nothing's super weird.
But, things have definitely, in his lifetime, suddenly, in this 1 year of his life, like, things are happening.
Yeah,
which I'm sure he's aware of. Go ahead.
It's a lot of stress with everything going on. A lot of confusion. But he's just sticking to what he knows.
Yeah, yeah. I think it'll be fun, both from a DM, and obviously like I go back and I listen to our streams and whatnot. It'll be fun to like see how all those things kind of like play into your guys, play into the characters themselves of like the wonder of like, hey, magic is back, and like these threats are real, or strange, and like we don't understand them. How can we learn to understand them? Is there, kind of like a Avatar: The Last Airbender? Like is there a ancient library somewhere that's long dormant that we can go to, or something like that, to learn more about these ancient evils or ancient threats and whatnot. So I think it'll be cool to like see how that plays into not only your playstyle but also like the characters' reactions to things around them, as well as like the new powers that they discover for themselves. Question: what got everyone into D&D?
Actually, Dakota playing Thuban is a childhood friend. I've known him since second grade. One of my oldest friends, or probably my oldest friend. And he had started playing with Sam, our current DM, and he was the one to tell me that I should hop in and I would like it, and I did. So I'm here.
Yeah, and I was
Same.
immediately impressed with the amount of like, even though mechanically you always have to like learn or whatever, and even now like I've been playing D&D for 2.5 years I think consistently, and I'm still have to look up mechanics sometimes and whatnot. What's impressed me about both of you was how quickly you hopped in and nailed like the role play part of it, which to me, I don't know, stream, if you guys have noticed or not, but the role play thing is definitely more important to me than combat. Some DMs really flourish with combat, some really flourish with role play, and some kind of both. And I prefer role play, and I prefer combat to be like stupidly like cinematic almost. Like I want to create like a movie in somebody's head as they're listening to what I'm saying, and as the characters are talking about what they're doing. Cliff, you were saying for you, what got you into D&D?
Literally the same story as Kyle. Give or take like a couple of years. 'Cause I think I met Dakota slash Dubon slash Doobie Doo. Um, you were in Boy Scouts, I think, in Beaufort. Actually, it's where we're all from. Actually, I know Kyle as well. If you guys didn't know, Kyle's from my hometown as well. I've been my boy for the longest time now, and Coda just kept pressing me to get into D&D, and like I was never against it because I'm a huge nerd, but like it was like at the time like I was trying to move to LA, and uh it was like just I just had a lot going on, and I gave it a try with the Clone Wars, Star Wars: The Clone Wars campaign that we had, and while I was a mess, I was completely I think I'm using the right word, enthralled here. Like I just loved
Mm-hmm.
it. Yeah, and it just caught on.
Yeah, the Star Wars is a good pivot point, because that was at the time I was running, I think, both a Vizsla campaign and a Star Wars campaign, and I think we we started the campaign with you in it, right, Cliff? It
Just the
was,
Clone Wars campaign.
yeah, right.
Yeah, we had a starfight day one.
Yeah.
I will literally never forget that. That was so fun.
We started off the Star Wars campaign like basically it was a Clone Wars campaign. I started it off with the battle over Coruscant, so it was immediately like, hey, help Obi-Wan and Anakin get to the ship, you know, that Grievous is in, that holding Palpatine. And that was it. That was immediately like the start. So we did all that, and it was awesome. But it was definitely, as a DM, it was hard to do both Star Wars and a fantasy campaign at the same time. Especially because, you know, I don't know how other DMs do it, where they run, you know, like multiple campaigns at the same time. But I am not a paid DM, so I have to do other things in order to, you know, earn money. It'd be amazing if I did get paid to do it, but I'm not paid. So, and that's not a hint, nudge, or anything, but
It is for me.
it would be, you know, like trying to balance everything else and like run multiple campaigns was challenging, but super rewarding, because each time we finished any session, it was like, oof, that was sick. You know,
Yeah.
this was awesome.
You're getting better at it too, man.
I try. I hope so. I would hate if I was getting worse at it.
Or staying the same.
Yeah, or staying the same. I would be miserable. Although I will say that I do think I've become more. Oh gosh, this is gonna sound bad. It's gonna sound distasteful, but I'm gonna say it anyways. I've become more okay with letting players' characters die.
You don't say.
Yeah, I know.
So that's a surprise to me too, actually.
Just for the chat, we had Miro die last week, which very unfortunate. And I will say, I mourn people's characters just as much as they do, because, you know, I have storylines written up for them, or, you know, thoughts for them. So when they die, like, I get upset too. But then that same week, was it that same week?
It was literally 2 days later, or no, not 2 days later, but a couple of days later.
Yeah,
it was 2 days. It was 2 days later.
It was 2 days later.
Yeah.
2 days later, we had two characters die. Really, one character die in our
2.5.
current 2.5 characters die in our Star Wars campaign, which did not feel great. But I will say this, and if anyone paying attention, you know, is a big Star Wars fan, if you have TIE fighters shooting at you while you're on the ground, right? Would you? I mean, you'd run, right? I mean, I'd run if I had a A1, you know, AC-130 shooting at me. I'd dip. Yeah, if I'm running around and I have a RPG and a freaking Warthog, A10 Warthog starts shooting at me, I'm gone. I'm leaving. Yeah, I'm not getting hit with the burp machine. Not gonna happen.
I don't know what any of that means, but it sounds convincing.
I'm telling you, it's very convincing.
It's convincing when you see it.
You're choo choo choo. Like, I'm gone. I quit. I'm out. Which, you know, by the way, in the chat or in the VODs or on YouTube when this eventually gets uploaded later tonight, like, let us know if you would like to see this Star Wars campaign as well as Vizsla. We do it we're supposed to do it like every other 2 weeks, so, you know, the posting would be less, but you know, we are willing to do so as the group kind of gets itself together a little bit more. But as far as Vizsla goes, you know, right now they have quite a task ahead of them. Cinder, I want to ask you the thoughts going through your head as you are left behind and messing with the seeds. First, you know, what do the seeds mean to you, and what kind of task are you trying to undertake?
Well, the seeds being a completely homebrewed thing by you. Very gracious for that. That's cool for me to play with. If you guys didn't know, Brooks allowed us to essentially, I think it was homebrew one magic item of sorts, that we could have on our person, and I chose what was between Brooks and I, kind of needing that idea into fruition. Um, was seeds that I'm able to plant into the ground. And they depend on level of richness and fertility of magic and whatnot in the soil. But they open uh, basically a bridge to another plane, whether that be the same physical plane, just in a different location. So essentially teleportation, or perhaps even stepping into a different realm. It all really is very situational to the story and also situational to where I decide to plant it. Now, back to your question. At the end of the last session, I planted this in the ground in the old cave. I don't really know if the soil's more treated with magic there. I mean, maybe the shamans were working magic there. I'd imagine maybe they spilled some blood or something. It probably definitely has some kind of bad voodoo mojo going on there. But I'm really just hoping, God, I'm hoping to tell tell. Okay, so my
Have some
just
Deus Ex Machina, show up
no. I
and
don't. I
save
don't. I
your
don't.
skin.
I don't. I mean, I don't want to Deus Ex Machina, but I definitely wanted to um connect. I just felt like the responsibility, this is going back to the responsibility thing when I was saying with Cinder, with like he's taking on a bit more than he could chew, agreeing to basically be indebted to the Mages Guild for X amount of time that I don't know how much that time is. Didn't necessarily write that into my backstory. But he knows that what they're dealing with is beyond him, and I feel like that should be saying something considering he's the wizard of the group. Magic hasn't been around that long, and yeah, so hoping just to get through to the Mages Guild, perhaps. If Brooks throws me a curveball, I'm definitely more than capable, especially narratively, to adapt to it.
Do you think it's kind of frustrating to Cinder that like he's supposed to be the most knowledgeable about magic, and then this all not all of it, but a lot of it is kind of like out of his knowledge, out of his wheelhouse a little
Jurisdiction.
bit. Yeah.
Yeah, it is frustrating. But it'll be more frustrating if someone were to try and check him for it. He's not going to beat himself up about it. He definitely cares about the town. He cares about its inhabitants, even though he hates the place. Um, I mean, he doesn't really like the mages. I mean, he doesn't want to go and cry to these people about some magic that they just let loose on Frostbite. Like that's demoralizing in a way to to himself. So now he's gonna go and say, "Hey, I bit off more than I could chew.
Help.
Um, help, please." And they might not even believe him. But this was more so for a narrative thing for me. I really wanted to create a narrative opening, not only for you as a world builder and storyteller, Brooks, but I was like, we're doing this thing. If I open us up to other interactions within my world, on the magical side of things, I just could imagine a narrative that could, come from that.
Right.
It was literally a bang bang thing because I only have five of them until I grow something that produces more seeds.
Right.
And that's up to chance. That's up to you. So I just wanted more narrative strings to be added to our story.
Yeah.
Really.
Like a good paladin sent from above, we have Dakota joining us now. It looks like he's in freaking heaven with the pure white around him.
Yeah.
he really looks like a paladin of the order right now. Where he's just
Clean.
pure white around him.
Oh
He's
my
got
God.
these little catch lights in his eyes. Okay, so we'll kind of run back through some quick questions. Some of the stronger questions we're asking. First, like, how is Thuban like thinking about everything that's happened so far in the campaign?
Okay, so Thuban is pretty new to this adventuring thing. Oh, hey guys, sorry I'm late, by the way. Yeah, like I said, Thuban's pretty new to this adventuring thing. All he knows is the church and what he was taught. Being a paladin, he's part warrior and he's also, a man of the cloth, so he has to spread his belief, enforce the laws and the rules of the four, and also be kind and be a protector. And that kind of just like I imagine him as like the big gentle giant. Um, but taking his oath of vengeance, he he's got a dark side to him, definitely. With Grizar, uh, and I like all aspects of him. It's honestly difficult for me to play such like a good character because I like to play like very gray, edgy characters. Um, so it's been a challenge, but it's also been really fun. I like Dubon as a character, and I feel like he's developing, especially after our last session.
Mm-hmm.
But after his vision from my backstory, he thinks he's on the right path. He's doing the right thing. He's where he's supposed to be. He's here to protect these other the people in his party and fulfill the will of the gods. And then next thing you know, that all comes crashing down when Miro is killed, because now he's kind of like at a point where he's not sure what to do. Like, I mean, he has to deal with the giant rampaging monster that's about to destroy the town. Obviously, that's priority, but it's definitely on his mind that the goddess of wisdom, Medina, told him that he and the rest of his party were to face the coming threat, the Erics.
Mhm.
And now one of them's dead. Hey, one of them's dead, and he doesn't really know like how to feel about that. It's kind of like a crisis in faith, but he hasn't got an opportunity to really think this through and deal with it because he has to deal with the matters at hand. But I think it's going to be very interesting. If we all survive the next encounter, the next session, there's definitely going to be some character development going on,
Mm-hmm.
and there's going to be some very interesting interactions with the party. I mean, I definitely believe Willow was 100% right in basically blowing up on Thuban the way that she did, because Thuban is part of, if not the main reason, that Miro decided to go into the Knoll Cave.
Mm-hmm.
And Thuban's character, he's not gonna like just let a threat that's dangerous to a town, go unlike punished. He's gonna go out there and try to do the best he can to protect the town. And then on top of that, with them finding out that the Erics are involved, now it's more than just him protecting the town. He has like, it's his belief now. It's like everything in him is telling him, the Erics are evil. They need to be destroyed. Therefore, the Knolls need to be destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
And him bringing the party into that, and him being the cause of Miro's death is definitely going to impact him also. And I'm interested to see the future interactions between him and Willow, him and Aurelius, because Aurelius was closer to Thuban and Willow and has known them longer. I'm interested to see how the future events will unfold between Cinder and Thuban, because Thuban will definitely not forget that Cinder, chose to stay behind with his seed instead of helping Thuban and the rest of the party defend the town.
Mm-hmm.
Of course,
So
that
I'm-
perspective could change if he ends up being a big help with
Right. I
whatever he
mean,
was doing.
we don't know. That's the great thing. And it's also the thing that sucks is like we gotta wait until we have the next session.
Yeah.
But I'm really excited. I'm really excited personally, and I feel like everybody else is too. So
Definitely.
How do you think Thuban is feeling about this task of defeating the Knoll, the Knoll shaman, the now 60-foot tall Knoll shaman?
I think he looks at it the same way he looks at any other situation where it's it's more of a need than a want. I mean, of course, he, being the person he is, he wants to defend people, but it's deeper than that. With his religious belief, it ties into him I need to defend these people. I need to destroy this threat because it's coming for the town. You know, people, him being a paladin, he wants to protect people and he wants to destroy evil, especially, you know, him accepting his oath as a vengeance paladin.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much now his number one thing is destroying evil, even though him as a person, well, as a dragonborn, he wants to protect people. Hence why I went with the whole, you know, board and sword, because I want him to be a tank and like be on the front line defending the party
Mm-hmm.
and other people. So yeah, so that's how what part of him thinks. Another part is, I mean, he's never faced a threat like this before.
Right. Yeah.
I mean,
no one has
it's
in
insane.
centuries. How do you think Thuban is feeling about, you know, I'd asked these guys these questions earlier, which is why I'm just kind of more specifically asking you as we go through it. You know, and guys, feel free to, you know, comment on things as he's answering or as I'm asking questions or whatever.
Absolutely.
But as far as, you know, for Thuban, like magic returning to the world and suddenly being, you know, kind of in his face, how is he reacting to that? How is he feeling about that?
So, I mean, being a paladin, he has some divine magic of his own.
Mhm.
But you know, this, and of course, all magic from history supposedly stems from the gods.
Mhm.
So, but it is a surprise to him. But I feel like it wouldn't be as big of an impact because, I mean, to other people who've never experienced magic, or you know, people who have no magic of their own, they'd be like, "Oh, this is crazy," you know.
Mhm.
But him already having some magic, you know, already being able to use the divine powers to heal or to, you know, deal extra damage with like a divine smite or something like that. And also being raised in a church, you know, he's been around clerics who are also able to use, you know, divine magic. He's he's a little seasoned to it, but the surprise comes in the fact that it's like this is new magic to him.
Mhm.
You know, this is new creatures are appearing, new things are happening. And like I said, all he knows is the church. So pretty much everything outside of the church is new to him.
Mhm.
Um, really, the only thing keeping him grounded and not, you know, him going crazy is, you know, just the gods and his belief, and then his, you know, need to protect the party and fulfill the quest that Medina has given him through the vision. Uh, but like I said, you know, the crisis in faith, you know, Miro dying is going to kind of throw a wrench into that.
Yeah. How about his reaction to Javine? You know, kind of outing himself and going on
So
the attack.
I love the thing with Javine that session because it kind of like was the stepping stones for Thuban accepting his oath as a vengeance paladin. And it, you know, it's a little bit of a backstory.
Mhm.
And the fact that like I didn't see this coming at all. The fact that he was related to Grizar was very interesting, and it definitely had a big effect on Thuban. I mean, if you look at the way I've been role playing him and the way he acts, he's always on the front line trying to protect his party so they don't come to harm. But I mean, when he saw Javine and he found out who he was, he left the party. He just went straight for Javine. The only thing on his mind was like vengeance, you know, which is not the normal Thuban. And I think that was very interesting, and it was fun to role play. You know, it was an awesome battle. Definitely, probably my second favorite session, besides the one we just had.
Mhm.
And I definitely plan on building on that a lot more, depending on, you know, the situations to come up. But we'll see.
Right.
It's actually that brought up just a question for you, Bricks. Um, when we went to Lord Fergast, and I almost said Farquaad again because
I
I
know
watched
it.
Shrek last night with my
I know
sisters.
it.
But when we went to Lord Fergast and he had that hunting party, I'm wondering if that well, he wanted the adventurers to hunt creatures. Did he have those gnolls in mind? Because I kind of derailed that entire thing just by mentioning the Frost Queen, the Frost Maiden, and that just like completely just took the first two sessions into a different direction.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm
I think
wondering if that was what we were supposed to originally be doing now.
I think he did mention Knowles
He did.
like once. I
Well,
know I remember him distinctly bringing up a dragon.
right. And
Um,
that's where Cinder got offended because, as a druid and also as a wizard studying these things, like us just getting magic and creatures back and you want to go and hunt them for sport is literally the most egotistical thing like I could think of. And I was actually like if as Cliff, well, like what? I wanted to spear him myself. I was like, but I don't know. I feel like I did derail that whole thing.
I mean, I like the way things turned out.
Yeah, for sure.
It's
Yeah, even by
I
a
interesting.
mean,
cube.
Aurelius is definitely the king of derailing things.
Oh, the whole fight with the goblin, or not the
The
goblin, the
hobgoblin.
hobgoblin. Oh man, that was great.
Yeah, he's not done yet either, but
I mean,
um,
one second we're in town trying to buy things, and the next thing you know, we're fighting Knowles. I
yeah.
mean, I kind of expected that to happen, but I was not thinking we were gonna
Oh,
be, fighting them anytime soon.
Mhm.
and it wouldn't have happened. 1 HP, man. 1 HP. Oof.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
only we had extra attack.
That one hurt me. I'm not gonna lie. Seeing that he had 1 HP and you guys weren't able to bring him down, I was like, he's got to do it. He's
Man,
got to do it.
that's anime if I ever seen one.
He's got to do it. Um, a question, Dakota, that I had asked them previously was, how is Thuban's perspective, like, of his place kind of in the world at large changing now that he's gone from the church to seeing adventurers, like Carthor and Tilstein and all them, like, and now obviously this giant knoll, like, how is his perspective of himself within the world changing?
He's definitely trying to adapt to things, and he's trying to stick to what he knows. The four gods. Being raised as a paladin, it definitely helps in the aspect of adventuring because I mean he knows how to fight, he knows how to wield weapons and protect people, and he tries to remain strong, but he definitely understands that there's some things that other people can do better than he can, which is why he doesn't try to step on the toes of the rest of the party.
Yeah,
He's
I've noticed
definitely
that.
learning as he goes,
Mm-hmm.
and he might not show it, but he is like there's some things that shock him,
Mm-hmm.
but he just like the way he handles everything. He just prays and tries to hold on to his belief to give him strength and wisdom to guide him through, this journey with the rest of the party.
Okay, so now kind of out of character, I had asked the guys previously, like, what is something that you kind of are, now that magic is returning to the world and whatnot, like, what are some things that you're, like, looking forward to seeing? Like, Cliff was talking about, enchanted forests and, kind of the take on elves and, what that looks like. And what are you kind of excited for as a player, or Thuban even as a character in the world, like, is he thinking about anything like at large of like what could be out there?
So I'll talk about Dubon first. He is definitely like excited to see new things because I mean everything is new to him outside of the church. Jakeev is new to him. Basically anything he comes across. Adventuring's new to him.
Mm-hmm.
The party is still new to him. Other people that he meets. And he's definitely going to develop as things go on. Me, Dakota, I'm interested to see new locations. Like Cliff said, forests, volcanoes, crazy magical floating stones, stuff like that. Different, I don't know, like dimensions and stuff like that. Like I'm just whatever you throw at us, it's like I'm excited to see. I'm also really excited for more magical items.
Mm-hmm.
Like the frostbite weapon was crazy that we saw in the second session, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
I'm excited to see like if we ever do get a hold of it, or if we get a hold of like other magical weapons, like what's all possible with them,
Who has
or
that?
armor.
I forget.
Lord Fergus, the
Oh,
cube.
the cube has the magic sword?
As far as we know,
I
we're
did
not sure.
not connect that. I don't know why, or I thought it was somewhere else.
No, Fergus. The last time we saw it, Fergus had it, and then
Oh
the last
man.
time we saw Fergus, he was in the cube. So, I mean, who knows? But I also when we were in town, I really wanted to get the helmet, the Spartan helmet,
Mm-hmm.
Spartanish helmet, and the Jakeevan longsword that I had looked at. But then a certain child warlock decided to take us on an adventure to fight some gnolls. So I'm excited to see if those are magical or maybe if they're just normal weapons. That's the mystery that I'm looking forward to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And probably the main thing that I am excited about is magical creatures, like these returning creatures.
Yeah.
I mean, who doesn't like dragons and manticores and stuff like that? And I'm excited to see if there's any homebrew creatures that Sam throws at us. So,
A question in the chat earlier was asking if I could give a hint towards what the magic flower or what the flowers are that we've talked about, and Kyle and Cliff both gave their opinions on it, but now I want to know what yours is. What do you think they are?
So if I remember correctly, is it green, red, and blue, right?
No, it's purple,
Purple,
pink, yellow, blue.
pink, yellow, blue.
Yeah.
So it's 4 different colors?
Yeah. And then every once in a while there's like a bright green with it, but that's not the pure.
Okay. I definitely feel like, obviously the flowers are connected to magic. The fact that they're re-emerging when all this magic comes into play. I feel like, one, it could be connected to the 4 gods or the 4 heroes. There are 4 different colors.
Yep.
And
Should
each
have made
color
that.
and flower
Yep.
can be representing a different aspect of something, whether it be the god or, the green could represent like the land and the forest. Blue could be, the sky or the ocean. Like we don't know. Or it could be something completely different that none of us have any idea about. That's what I like about Sam's DMing is there's a lot of cliffhangers and just interesting things he'll throw at us. Some things we see coming and some things we don't.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's my take on it.
Good. It's a good point about the 4. I don't know why that didn't click. I guess like 4 is definitely like the symbolic number in Visalot. So
Oh yeah.
if it were to ever come up in any instance, if it's 4, you should probably take a double take at it.
This would
Definitely.
be my favorite number in real life too.
Yeah.
I have one last question for I think Thuban, like that I'm thinking of directly right now, for Thuban himself, and I forgot it as soon as I said that I had one last question. Oh yes, how does it feel to out in Frostbite, right, have a church of the heroes instead of a church of the 4, with a cleric who is active in the community and like helping adventurers and whatnot? Like, how does that challenge him?
It's definitely difficult for him. I'm not saying he's gonna like come to blows or anything, unless they do something crazy like disrespect the 4 gods in front of him. But he definitely doesn't like it. To him it's blasphemy. He definitely believes the 4 heroes were good for Visalot and they did good things. But he doesn't believe they should be worshipped, as gods. He believed they should be looked to as champions and respected because he respects them.
Mm-hmm.
But he thinks it's wrong to worship them on the same level as the gods, or even just worship them at all.
Mm-hmm.
Jealous.
Yeah, it would be kind of like him believing he's a god over the four gods, and it's just like it doesn't sit right with him. But he can't deny that. I mean, from what he's experienced so far with the cleric, she does do good things for the town, protects the people, in that he can get behind. It doesn't mean he has to like them though. So
Yeah.
that's kind of like his take on it.
For Cinder and Aurelius, you guys found some weird stuff in Fergast's library. What did that do?
Hmm.
What did I find?
I think it was Thuban.
No, I think it was me and
Thuban and Cinder.
Cinder. Yeah, when we were looking at the scrolls.
Oh, did
and
I say
found
Aurelius?
the,
My bad.
Yeah.
and
I
found
meant Cinder and Thuban.
I was about to say.
the wrong scripture of the four, basically.
Yeah, and I had a map of the old lands. Perhaps it could potentially lead to new or quote unquote old discoveries, ancient discoveries um, of magic. That's going to be really interesting. Rediscoveries, yeah, to take to the Archmage. It's interesting because I also don't know the hierarchy of how I go about that, and I'm gonna find that out if you know, God's willing, I make it to the Magus Guild or wherever the hell I make it to. But if I do, we are in um I'm Jakiv. We're in Jakiv.
Mm-hmm.
But I also answer personally to the Archmage of my kingdom. So if it's happening on someone else's on someone else's jurisdiction, how does that work? So, and that also is that going to be a fighting point for the different dominions? You know, like I said, with the power struggle in
Mhm.
Visalot right now, with gaining magical power, magical leverage.
Mhm.
It's any bit of information about the old ways and the secrets of the shattering is kind of pivotal, and I'm talking myself into realizing just how big that is.
Yes,
Right
sir.
Like saying, like, what if I end up liking the Jakivian Archmage more than my own? And there's also a rival that I have as well, guys, that you don't know about yet. Um, that actually didn't happen on purpose in my backstory. It just between Brooks and I that worked out. So it's gonna be interesting.
Yeah.
Any artifacts and stuff like that. Crazy, crazy cool. I'm starting to see.
Uh, yeah, and for Aurelius, I know you've had Miro and Willow as kind of your parental figures. It seems from the streams watching them over that your opinion of Thuban is pretty high. How is that kind of affecting your relationship with him?
He's still kind of a mystery to Aurelius. He's just this giant lizard man, that is actually really polite and not super threatening to him
Mm-hmm.
as compared to his physique and stature. And so he's just really interested by him.
And
Yes.
and Thuban, you've seen Aurelius do some weird things. How does that kind of affect your opinion of him? And as well as obviously you have knowledge of the Mages Guild and and whatnot. But you've also seen Willow, who is not a mage, and Aurelius, who is not a mage, produce magic, And this is for Cinder too. I mean, really, it's for everyone. Like you guys have all kind of seen each other produce magic in different ways. Is it is it confusing? You know, it's like, is there not just one way to do it, or you know, like what kind of I guess internal thoughts do you have towards like seeing magic done differently than the way that you anticipate it or the way that you practice it?
As far as Aurelius knows, it's all the same. It's coming from someone much more powerful than ourselves, kind of gifting it to us, or at least in his mind, that's how it's all made. So seeing all these other people isn't it makes sense in his eyes that other people would turn to the same thing that he did. But but though it may not actually be the case, that's just how he.
How he views it.
Mm.
So I think so Thuban, he's not an expert on, you know, like the Mages Guild or anything, but he knows of them. I mean, was taught a little bit in the church, and you know, he can tell, being a paladin, you know, he's able to sense good and evil, so he can, obviously he knows the magic that Willow and Cinder use are different from his. He doesn't know how, but he knows it's not divine, but he also knows it's not evil because he could sense that.
Mm-hmm.
Now with Aurelius, it's a little bit more questionable because he's not sure where it comes from, but he has a feeling it's kind of coming from like a dark place.
Mm-hmm.
But he definitely has a connection to Aurelius because I mean he still views him as a child, but he's definitely questioning, like, you know, where is this coming from? Like, how are you able to do these things more than Willow or Cinder is? So he just hasn't really gotten a chance yet. I mean, he's spoken to him about it a little bit, but he hasn't really gotten a chance to like really dig deep into it. But it's definitely on the back of his mind.
Yeah.
Um,
I think
but
the first tavern session that we have, which to chat tavern sessions are just like massive role play sessions where everyone gets a little bit loose and just kind of role plays the entire time. The first one I think we have of those is going to be insane. I'm very much looking forward to it.
drunk tavern sessions are awesome because we tend to get drunk in real life too, which makes the role playing that much better.
Disclosure.
It's a lot easier to role play a drunk guy when you're drunk. So
we may not be the most sober, but
We
we
also
will
have impaired decision making skills and end up doing questionable things.
things that could change the entire integrity of the campaign. We'll see.
Yeah,
could
no-
get your whole party TPK'd.
Yeah, all these are possible.
We we had a previous campaign that happened. Thanks to it happened.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we did.
Yo. Anywho.
Yeah, I mean, and then so Dakota, another thing that we had kind of talked about was like an exploration, like a pure like exploration session where it was just pure like, you guys are an enchanted forest and this is everything that you're seeing, and it's more of like pretty much little to zero combat and just pure like world building, you guys learning your place in the world, seeing things. Like, how would you feel about a session that's kind of more like that?
I mean, I'm excited for it. Dakota's excited for it because I mean, seeing new things and exploring, you know, it's one of the largest and like best aspects of you know, D&D and adventuring.
Mm-hmm.
It's also all going to be new to Thuban because he's new to adventuring himself. So he's excited to see what, in his eyes, you know, the four have created all this. So he's excited to go out and see the gods' creations and to do his best to live his best life the way they intended.
There's an overlooming threat of a large white dragon in Frostbite. How do your characters feel about that?
I'll
It's
let you
not
guys
nearly
answer
as
first.
an impeding threat as the giant knoll currently walking towards the town right now.
True.
But it's certainly there in the back of his head.
If they're friends, we're screwed. So definitely hoping that maybe the dragon could make some form of appearance. You would imagine, something as big as a 60-foot knoll shaman stepping on someone else's territory might bring some interested eyes,
Mm-hmm.
but at the same time, who knows? It is the dragon being a dragon. Clearly, like knows that even something that powerful is still beneath it. I guess depending on the dragon, but I think like I said prior, Cinder's definitely interested for sure.
Yeah. This man really just left.
He left the pods on the table, real classy.
He left the pods. Kind of like
Not the pause.
almost very neatly spaced too.
It's stew bomb.
That what?
Right at the width of his head.
Oh man, that's considering it's like as wide as a chair. That's saying
Hey,
something.
he's a blackhead.
Yeah.
How about the Frost Maiden of Gruul? Like, what's up with that?
You mean Aurelius's slime piece? His best friend there?
I'm
Something
gonna
like that.
ask it again once he puts his pods back in. I was just saying, how about the Frost Maiden of Gruul? What are your characters thinking of her?
Not very well.
Yeah, I mean the first encounter didn't go so hot. Dubon just
Yeah.
saw this.
It started off okay, and then I ended up clamped inside this wolf jaws. I kind of want to kill her. That's where Aurelius is going with stealing her mate's head in the first place and everything.
Yeah.
He's not happy.
So Dubon definitely feels like. I mean, at first he was like, "Oh, these wolves are a threat to the town." He doesn't want to kill them, but you kind of has to protect them. And then when he saw that they were attacking Dubon, he was definitely about the action. Until I think I got like stunned or something like that by the Yeti.
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to talk about that. But after speaking with them and talking things out, which I definitely want to do a lot more of, because I mean, Dubon has a pretty high charisma score. Just hasn't had a lot of opportunity to use that.
He's a hunk.
Especially with Aurelius getting us into certain situations. So after that whole situation and we spoke and everything, he kind of like came to terms and realized like, okay, they're not bad. They're not actually a threat to the town. They're just defending themselves and they need to eat too.
Mm-hmm.
So that kind of like changed the way he thought about the whole situation. And he definitely wants to now broker a peace. He doesn't want to destroy them because he realizes they're not evil.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least that's what he thinks right now. So I'm interested to see if we'll get back to that, if we all survive the next encounter.
And then I want to ask, how do you think you guys survive the next encounter?
Divine intervention, baby.
Yeah, I mean, how can you formulate a plan? You like, all right, we gotta head that direction, and like, hopefully, we'll figure something out.
Yep.
How we get there?
I mean, we don't have time to really plan things out. We kind of just gotta do stuff and hope for the best.
Yeah. Keep
knows?
talking.
Maybe-
Talking.
Maybe a certain wizard druid seed will prove to be helpful.
You don't know.
Someone,
I might-
someone in the chat asked, "Did I walk into a TPK?" It's
You
We-
might have walked into the TP.
You-
I feel like it's a pretty big possibility.
it is. Everyone is expending their best effort to avoid that. They're trying to do their best to avoid that, which you would expect when a TPK is overlooming. But, we'll see.
You don't know.
Yeah, TP. Yeah, he says my party is in the same, or they say that my party is in the same boat at the moment. TPK territory.
Ooh.
This is TPK territory.
It's scary, baby. I will
Honestly,
say you don't know.
Where we live.
Like, you can assume Cinder's intentions, but Brooks may poop Cinder out in front of like the gate of that dragon, that same white dragon or something, or maybe even like a giant. And I have to speedball and maybe try and save our butts, and I still might cost me something dear, just like it cost Aurelius in the last session, you know. But that's the awesome thing about it, and the fluidity of D&D is like I'm just as excited to see if Brooks throws me a curveball, or if he gives me what my intention probably was, Like I'm just as excited to see it get entirely flipped on its head, and I end up like
See what happens.
in the opposite another dimension, and I'm just like, okay, this is
Yeah. I'd say,
not what I-
I'd also say, Big Tiger Man, check us out next week, because that's when this big old session is gonna happen.
hey,
And,
big Tiger Man.
we will see what takes place, because I don't know. Yeah, that's just it's part of the thing of D&D, right? You don't know. No one knows. The dice.
We're in
are-
danger.
I do not
That's what I love
control
about
the
D&D.
die.
There's
I just
so
think
many
it.
possibilities.
I think of that Simpsons meme where he's like, "I'm in danger."
Yeah.
And that's like us, like constantly all the time.
But would you really feel like? I mean, and this is a real question. Would you really feel challenged or like fulfillment if every encounter was just easy?
Nope.
Oh,
Nah. I mean, we're running off a milestone here, buddy. We'd never level up.
Right. Well, exactly. Like you have to do that. He says we have a barbarian issue. He keeps jumping into hordes of baddies without thinking. Kind of spoils the fireball. Ooh.
Just cast it
Hey,
anyway.
teach him.
Cast it anyways. Cast it anyways.
Cast it anyway.
Did someone just say barbecue?
Oh,
He's
no.
raging. He'll be fine.
Yeah.
That's when
He's
you're
got
like
a
you
lot of
were
good points.
you're raging, right? No, not yet. Do you want to say that you chose rage?
Yeah, you should say that. You should say that right now. Why? Just do it.
I'm about to come.
Hopefully your barbarian is a baritone barbarian, so he only takes half damage.
I think it'd be interesting that he's not.
Yeah, if he's not, just teach him a lesson and cast a fireball directly on him.
Yeah.
That'll teach.
Yeah. Won't it? Holy crap. No, I'm genuinely interested to see how you guys survive this next. It's possible. It's doable, right? I would not throw something at you guys that is not doable. But for sure, I'm interested to see how you figure out how to do it. Oh my gosh. Miller says this party has an Aurelius problem.
To be fair,
He says, Big Tiger Man says, I'm the cleric of the group, so I keep Revivify prepped. Not bad. I was telling...
Clutch.
What's a healer?
Yeah, this group doesn't really have a healer.
I heal. 15 points of healing.
yeah,
What,
but you also
that's-
take all the damage.
I gotta use it on myself. Most
A
of the
good
time
question.
because-
A good question Miller asked earlier was, how does resurrection work in this world? And what I was talking about was, magic has been gone for such a long time. People don't really know how it works, so there would have to be like a decent amount of, through regular channels, right, through Revivify and whatnot. Like there would have to be a decent amount of investment, like time investment into like figuring out how to do that. and then of course you've got necromancers and blah blah blah. But what is incredibly interesting is that the method in which Aurelius chose to go about it is probably the fastest way to do it. Beyond, one of the gods just being like, no, you're alive again. But Aurelius talking to his patron and saying, hey, bring him back. How do I bring him back? And them striking a deal like that. Bam.
Yeah.
And the only price he has to pay is pulling the shard from his chest and giving it to him.
It's doable.
Sure.
We need a unibeam though.
It's you just gotta get up there.
Does anybody have a climbing? Oh, the one guy who had a climbing speed. Oh my god! No! What is going on? Dang it.
I got
as hard
this.
as I can.
And then I'll misty step the rest of the way.
Beer says, how do
Yes, sir.
ghosts and
Metagaming.
spirits work? How do ghosts and spirits work? They work in a capacity largely where they also have been gone, affecting the living world from beyond the grave. Mostly hasn't been happening. And now in the, basically how magic kind of, came back, like news started spreading from the capital of Gritha, which is Grithenburg, because of course it is. A child
self-absorbed asshole.
They really are. A child burnt down an orphanage, with his bare hands. Magic just burnt out from his hands, and burnt down this orphanage. And then in other places of the world, flower patterns started to appear as well, like in the forest of Emn, which is in Leyland, which is where Willow, her backstory, if you've heard it, kind of takes place, as well as Miro. Hold up, what's this? Hey, how do we... Hold up, Big Tiger Man. I see that the Streamlabs or whatever did this. I don't know how to fix that. But moderators, can we figure out a way to fix the Streamlabs thing? Because I don't want people who are actually engaged in our chat to be timed out just because they're commenting a lot. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that, Big Tiger Man. We do actually appreciate your enthusiasm. It's not just sarcasm in the chat. We would love to see your comments and have them. He says, I'm about to... Big Tiger Man, hey, I'm stuck. I'm about to hit level 7 or cleric. Not sure if I should get those 4th level cleric spells or dip into sorcerer to pick up shield and source. What do I think? Ooh... Okay. Hold on, guys. Sorry. War Cleric, 19 AC. Not sure if I should get those 4th level cleric spells or dip into sorcerer to pick up shield and absorb elements to rock the Spirit Guardian's badassery.
That's interesting.
So...
Shield is great.
Shield is great, as well as absorb elements. The Spirit Guardians is super fucking cool, or super freaking cool. I think, for me personally, I tend to not do multi-classing very often, just because I think I usually would prefer to just be really good in a D&D capacity, to be really good at one thing, and not miss out on anything. But what you're looking at is really cool. So give me a second because I want to look it up.
I love the idea of multi-classing.
Same.
Multi-classing, because it's like, whatever. Forget metagaming. Just it's like a more three-dimensional person.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Like there's more to them.
Yeah, it's like
And I mean, of course, there are going to be people who
I,
completely invest
I
into one thing.
I think honestly, so the thing is, so shield adds, +5 AC, um, including, it's a reaction to cast. It
mhm.
adds +5 to your AC, including against the triggering attack, and you take no damage from magic missile. I think what I would say is it kind of depends on what you in your campaign you've been facing, and what you anticipate you'll be facing, which I know is kind of a hard question to ask. But if you think you're going to be facing um,
You get
more magic,
metagame round.
yeah, a little bit. Like if you think you're going to be facing more magic casters, um, then I think I would go with what you're talking about. Dip into sorcerer to pick up shield and absorb elements. Um, but if you think that you want to be more into the war cleric itself, then I would stay with that. But I think it really kind of depends on um, what what you anticipate, and also from a non-metagaming standpoint, um, what your character is like. Are they someone who would dip into? I mean, obviously, sorcerer is a innate magical ability, so they kind of have like an awakening within themselves. Um, so I would say that if they're gonna have that awakening within themselves into sorcerer, how is that gonna affect your character within the campaign as well? Um, you know, I, Mom is a divine spirit. Ooh, ooh. Oh man, that makes it even harder, bro. Um, shit. That makes it even harder. Like I want to go even more into the like I would stick with the divine stuff, but I mean if you could flavor it so that you know again, and speaking with your DM on what magic is like and where it kind of stems from in your world, in your campaign. um if you can flavor it so that your magic or your divine soul sorcerer, yeah, yeah, I would go with the shield and absorb elements. Absolutely. Absolutely. Everything you're telling me, I would go with that.
I think another important factor you need to consider is your party. Um,
Yeah,
without really trying to metagame, like I mean, if your character spent a lot of time with the rest of the party, they would know, their how they
everybody's
approach
strengths and
combat,
weaknesses.
right, and strengths and weaknesses. So your character, depending on what type of character you play, could adapt to that. Like, oh, I know this guy. This
There's a
guy is
void to
strong
fill,
and
so
yeah, like they're weak in this position, so I could learn a spell that will strengthen that and can help the rest of the party. It really just depends on who you're playing with and y'all's interactions, y'all's relationship, stuff like that. So
absolutely.
It
I'm sure
sounds like
whichever decision you go with, it would be cool.
it sounds like y'all are still on the situation about Shield and deciding maybe what they should go with. And I don't really have um a suggestion on that part. You guys probably were more equipped than I was. I've never made it to level 7 on any character. So
Not
I
yet.
think not yet. The most I've capped out at is
Hopefully.
level 5. Yeah, well, hopefully with Lakuta. But I had that same predicament actually with Mage Armor and Shield, and did some deep digging into forums, YouTube videos, Reddit, and stuff, just to kind of see what I should take. But it goes back down to what Brick said about what you think you're going to be facing. And honestly, Cinder doesn't necessarily want to throw himself into situations, but knowing that I'm going to be a druid, or right now I'm going to be more druid than wizard. There's going to be certain times where I can potentially throw myself into a fight through narrative proficiencies that I might gain. Ended up taking mage armor. It also lasts longer, and that AC over a greater period of time is much better in my opinion, at least at the lower levels.
Well,
But
he's level 7, So
Yeah, he's level 7, right?
level 7 with 19 AC. I mean, you go shield and absorb elements, you're not getting touched.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Oh
you're not
yeah.
you're not gonna hit. My AC is so low that I
Uh-huh.
need it over time, not necessarily like that big. And a shield. Oh, believe me, shield is coming.
Yeah.
Shield is
Yeah.
on the list.
Honestly, Big Tiger
Oh,
Man,
yeah.
I would say go to good thing about level 4 cleric spells is you get Death Ward. Yeah. True. He says the good thing about level 4 cleric spells is that you get Death Ward, which plays into the barbarian issue above. You are not wrong.
I want to meet this barbarian
You
fella.
guys know what
Yeah.
I said about
Yeah.
your party.
Yeah, but that's one of those real hard. That's I think where one of the biggest issues in D&D is that and it goes into party composition and whatnot. But like you don't want to change your concept for a character because of what your party is. So I don't know. I find that hard. I find that definitely hard. You are not wrong. Very tough choice. But I mean, to keep the barbarian alive and keep them swinging is pretty solid.
Yeah, the barbarian's always going to deal solid damage.
Yeah. Hold on. Give me a second. Yes. So I think my only my thought as I'm looking at it, as I'm comparing, kind of the Death Word versus shield and absorb elements, is that Death Ward, as an action, you have to touch somebody, and it lasts a duration of 8 hours, which is great. But when they first, it only lasts the first time when they drop to 0 hit points, and then they come back to 1 hit point, and it ends.
They get hit another time.
Yeah, if they get hit another time after that, or if someone has multi-attack or something, like, it's useless. It's done. Versus, if you, and I know it's selfish, for a cleric, but like, if you are able to keep yourself in the fight as a cleric, then your value, I feel like, goes up exponentially versus, potentially them going down to just a creature with multi-attack. I think that's kind of where I would stand with it, is that it's important for the healer to stay in the fight.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He says, I think I might be better off jumping into the thick of it with Spirit Guardians, Spiritual Weapon, Dodge, and Shield. Yeah, as I've kind of walked myself through your kind of conundrum, I agree. I think that's the better. I think that's the better move, especially, if you're not able to convince the barbarian to change his
Guardian.
the Bardian. That would be
like it.
sick. Oh my gosh.
Bardians.
Hey, Sticker Glue. How are you doing?
What's up, Sigurd? I'm gonna play a Bardian next time I play.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
But yeah.
Imagine being Hercules from like Disney or something. He just
Well, and
breaks out of
you're just
song.
singing the entire time.
Taking your loot and smashing it over the intro.
You're just singing, just singing, superhero, just like that.
I need it now.
It
You're definitely gonna play the
wasn't
fantasy version of like fucking death metal.
It was. Oh my gosh! No! Oh my gosh! It's the freaking dude with the flaming guitar from Mad Max.
Oh yes, yes. if death metal and theater kids had a baby.
But yeah, big Tiger Man.
Yeah.
I definitely think that you are on the right track with jumping into the thick of it with Spirit Guardian, Spiritual Weapon, Dodge, and Shield. Just from the way that you've kind of described how your your barbarian plays.
Barbarian.
It seems like his likelihood of staying alive is not high. And because of that, I mean, it's so hard because you want to keep them in the fight, but if they just throw caution into the wind every time, like you're not going to be able to save them. Especially if the first time they drop to 0 hit points, if they drop to 0 and they come up to 1, they gotta have some real good AC, and even with that, if they do get hit, their resistances aren't gonna save them unless the target hits. There's just no chance. It's just not gonna happen. They're just gonna go down, especially if at 7th level you're probably fighting multiple creatures that have multi-attack or multi-actions or whatever.
We wish them all the best and that they get out of your way.
Yeah, I mean, at 7th level you're definitely fighting that kind of stuff. I just don't see it. I don't see it working out as well as what you're talking about with being with dipping into sorcerer. Does that help?
No.
Yeah, he says our DM likes to throw hordes of multi-attack creatures. Yeah, keep yourself alive. Keep yourself alive.
I want to fight your DM. I want to physically fight your DM right now.
Yeah, I want to fight my DM.
Boy, I've dreamt about it. Also, we're doing good, Sticker Glue. Or at least I'm doing well. It looks like Dakota's.
I'll
doing
sleep.
well.
I'll sleep all of y'all. I swear to God.
Yum.
What's up?
hey, bring it. Big Tiger Man, especially with hordes of multi-attack creatures, that barbarian is going down. And the fact that he doesn't want to pay attention to you guys having fireball.
Yeah, like what's he doing? I swear, if y'all were to get in my way when I got fireball, y'all are getting toasted. We're about to be eating roasted newt.
Worst come to worst, I feel like I'm giving relationship advice, but talk to him about your feelings as like as a wizard with fireball and how you feel about him jumping in there before you're able to cast it. And maybe his character will listen.
I have some terrible news for you, Cliff.
If not, then just throw a fireball on his ass. See what happens.
Wildfire druids no longer get fireball.
No, that's okay. I am also a wizard.
Yeah. You just have to...
I have to reach a certain...
You gotta keep
He says, bro, fireball. Really? Again? Hey, you just gotta chuck it.
To be fair, I can also eventually create a exploding spirit beast. So it's not fireball, but
I'm excited to see that. How you flavor it, how it looks and acts and stuff.
Yeah,
I'm excited to see what wording you come up for the spell book for it.
Yeah, it's gonna be some real demonic shit, baby.
Just to the chat, we actually I came up with this idea when we first started that I think it'd be really cool if like each of the spells that people cast, like they have actual like phrases that they say for it, so that eventually like people aren't saying I cast fireball, they are saying
time.
Yeah, they're saying tine or like some phrase. So like it'll be weird if somebody years from now goes in and watches something and it's like, what the hell are they casting?
What the hell is an ignium?
But then they're like, oh,
ponder over this.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, what is ignium? And then they look at like, oh, it's produce flame. Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna have a whole spell books. Like Critical Role's not gonna be able to claim that. We did that first, baby.
We really did that. Honestly, like
we did that first, baby.
It's a pretty sick thing. I'm pretty excited. Yeah, verbal cast like Brissinger. That is right. Hey man, it's been real, and get a cleric. Yes, I've told them every time, man. I've told them every time they should have a cleric, but no one wants to take the hit. I hope you, Big Tiger Man. I hope you catch us next Friday, man, at 7 to 11 p.m. for this big TPK endeavor that could happen.
Oh, don't say those words. Don't say those letters. Oh no.
Can't wait.
But yeah, hop on in with us. We'd love to have you sitting in.
I have a cleric-ish character waiting in the chamber for the Star Wars campaign, and whether it be God
Oh,
forbid it's this one.
big Thai German. Okay, I got you. I got you.
Oh, okay.
He says, oh, my screen name, it's really Big Thai German. I misspelled it. Yeah, you know.
Big
I got
Tiger, Big Tiger. Wait, what?
Still
you.
rad, still
It's
rad.
he says he misspelled it. All right, don't worry about it.
That's okay.
We're not gonna hate on him. Just join us. Just join us next Friday, and no one will say anything.
Absolutely.
We'll just be glad to have you.
I'm just gonna call you Big Germ. Big Germ. My man.
We're gonna take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll be or a quick 10-minute break, and then we'll be right back. Does that sound good to everyone?
Indeed.
All right.
Absolutely.
You guys hear me? Mute, unmute.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Yeah. So we have been talking about D&D for a little while now. About 3 hours and 23 minutes. That's how long we've been. I didn't even realize. Holy shoot.
Yeesh.
Oh, we lost Kyle.
Worst things could have happened.
So we're gonna kind of talk. We're gonna open it up, from D&D to. Oh, actually, hey, Sticker Glue, do you have any questions for the guys or for myself, like towards the like about the campaign or their characters or anything? What's up, man? How you doing, Evan? Glad to see you.
What's up, Sticker Glue?
Hello.
We've been trying to engage with the chat all night, just kind of trying to figure out, what questions you guys have, if there's anything you're like dying to know about anybody. Haven't been watching much because of work. Hey, you know what? That's okay. We are working on getting our stuff onto Spotify so that people can just listen, through things. I'm still trying to figure out how to get stuff on Spotify. I've always felt like I was pretty technologically solid until I started doing this, and then I started realizing that I know nothing. My door's open. The cat has opened my door. Is this homebrew? What about iTunes? That would be good too. That'd be good too. Let's I'm gonna write that down. Let's put iTunes and Spotify. We're going to try to get stuff onto Spotify and iTunes here very shortly so that we can get people, to be able to, listen in, to our recordings and whatnot. Unfortunately, maybe I'll try to, edit stuff down so that there's not the technical and audio issues or whatever included into them. So it's just kind of a pure sound for you guys. But I would love to be able to make that available because I know that iTunes and Spotify are two of the biggest listening methods that people use. Unless you have YouTube Red or whatever where you can close the app and still listen to stuff. Right?
Upper class.
That is what it is called, right? YouTube Red or whatever.
Yeah. Elitist. Yeah.
Is this homebrew? Yes, this is entirely homebrew. The entire world, the entire adventure, everything that you hear and see is homebrew. Obviously, pulling from the official D&D content for creatures and classes and all that stuff, but the world itself, the adventure, homebrew. And even within that, I'm homebrewing parts of classes and parts of classes, parts of subclasses, items, all that kind of stuff. I've been very open to homebrewing pretty much anything that the guys ask me for, or they'll ask big, and then I'll kind of weasel it down a little bit, but. That's just kind of how it goes when negotiating a deal. Have you enjoyed what you have heard so far? What you've been able to watch?
I have.
Good, I'm glad. He says
No, I hated it.
He says, yeah, call him out. No,
Or
he
the
says,
new
he
DM.
says, yes, I have. It's great. So there you guys go. I'm gonna. That's mostly you guys, and I'm just a small
that's our
part.
answer. Gotcha.
I'm just a small part of it. No, my brother and sister-in-law actually. Well, my brother and my sister-in-law were saying the other day that they have been listening to it as they drive from Virginia Beach back to Maryland for different things, and they are particularly loving Aurelius's antics but they love the story of everything that's gone through, as well as they really liked the innkeeper. They thought he was fun.
Yeah. He's a character.
He is definitely a character, that is for sure. Even as I was doing him, I felt like I was doing an Armstrong impression from Full Metal
Yes.
Full Metal.
Alchemist. Yeah,
Love Armstrong.
that's kind of how it felt.
Yeah, we gotta make him our resident NPC, man. Come on, we need some food in this party, baby.
Oh yeah.
I feel like his and Carthor's interaction would be
Positive
like
vibes and food.
Armstrong and what's the other character's name? The husband of where they like embraced each other's arms and like flex.
Yes,
and the
yes.
muscles are popping out.
Teacher. I'm
Yeah.
forgetting on her name. I love her. She's one of my favorite characters.
She's
But
a badass character.
yeah, that was super funny. As buff bros just loving each other.
I was gonna ask earlier, like, who's your guys' favorite NPC you've met so far?
Carthor. It's pretty easy for me. The Goliath was a close second.
Yeah, it's got to be the innkeeper for me. The Goliath. So far,
I'd say it's between the innkeeper and the cleric.
Oh, the cleric.
Yeah. Like the cleric. Yeah. She's interesting. I like her duality between her character and Thubon's. And she seems just to be genuinely a good soul. And she realizes when she's in over her head, like when she went back to go to the town to help those people instead of going further and trying to combat evil. So that was a cool thing to see. Someone retreat.
Yeah. Yeah. I already mentioned who my favorite NPCs were to play, but for sure,
yeah,
for sure, Javine and Maravai and Carthor are kind of top of the list. Although I will say that Yepos was really fun the last session, with him being a disembodied head and you guys asking him questions and not being 100% truthful.
Yepos, I feel may grow on me if he sticks around. Like, we'll see.
Kind of a sarcastic, like not giving you the full answer. Definitely, everything is, imitation is one of the highest forms of flattery, right? So is everything original? I think so. Until I look at something, I'm like,
as original
I
as
see.
original can be.
Yeah. and then I look at something, I'm like, oh, I pulled this from that.
Everything's influenced by something. Man.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're asked, thoughts on Tasha's yet? Will any of the content be incorporated? Okay, so, great question. Yes, the content will be incorporated. Thoughts, I have it, I own it. I have not completely read through it yet. We want to do a stream, and you guys let us know in the chat if you're interested in seeing this, but we want to do on stream kind of a first look at it where we just kind of go through the entire thing.
Yeah.
Until we get to the DM stuff, and then but kind of go through the entire thing. Is that something chat would be interested in if we did? Because we've talked about doing it.
While chat's answering that, Cinder's one half of Cinder's multi-class was made official in Tasha's.
Yeah.
So the druid class that he's going for is something we use. Yeah, that was actually suggested by Dakota as well. I was gonna be a div wizard and something else. I don't even remember now. And then he told me about that class. I read it and immediately switched to it. So
I've heard there are 2 comments that say a lookover would be cool, and that sounds like fun. So we got you, and we'll
look over like a summary of as to what's happening.
Yeah, would you prefer just a quick recap of it, or us going through it? You would like to know, follow along with us as we kind of look at it for the first time.
world is your oyster.
Oh yeah.
Because soon, and I don't think I told you guys this yet, but the school program that I'm in right now, we're going to be on break from next week until January 21st.
That's
Goes out.
So we have a very long time to do as many
That's a
D&D
hell of-
things as we want.
That's a hell of a break.
It is a hell of a break. We didn't have a Thanksgiving break, so we have a very long break for this. Okay, so page by page reaction and then follow along first time. Okay, yeah, that's what we can do. We can just kind of read through it and react. It sounds like a good
Sicaroni.
time.
It's a lot of subclasses. It's like
It is
22.
It's gonna be
think
a
it'd be
long thing.
It would be cool if we kind of like maybe we did like a quick summary thing where we just talked about like certain ones or like our favorite ones or something like that. And if people are really digging it, kind of like a
do
test
deeper dive.
test drive. Yeah, do like, hey, we really like that. We want you guys to review the whole entire thing. All 22 subclasses. I think there's like new magic items and stuff like that, and background features and stuff.
Yeah.
Sounds like
Yeah,
content.
it's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot.
Build
Pretty sick.
Build an NPC session. Okay, so hear me out. I've considered those, and also Cliff recommended that I do a build an NPC session. I think
I thought of that.
I think a spin I would also like on that is if chat was involved enough, and they, I was building an NPC, they gave me pieces of it, and then I created the NPC and gave them a voice and a personality.
Ooh, do like a vote type thing. Like,
Yeah.
hey, we've narrowed it down to this and this. You guys vote and choose, and then they kind of decide which one we go with.
It also lets me get to
And then you could just slowly reveal them as
yeah, and I would.
then
I mean,
goes,
you
and
guys,
everybody's excited about seeing that character or whatever.
you guys would have to probably not watch, those streams,
Yeah,
or have them
for
on
sure.
but not listen. But I would be
No, that's
down
cool.
to. I would be down to do a build an NPC session and have you guys come up with personality traits and all that kind of stuff, and then me kind of just dig into it. I think that sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah, let's do that. I would love to, because the chat would be in on it, and it'd be funny if like one of us hated the NPC and another one just straight up like loved them, and someone else was in between.
I'm writing this down. This is gonna be a NPC creation stream. I'll do that as early as next week.
Yeah.
I'll do that as early as next week because that sounds like it could be stupidly fun.
That'd be good YouTube content too for VOD.
You're right. It would be. Yeah. I'll. If you don't, Cliff, do you want to give out our Twitter handle real quick?
Our Twitter page / handle is @WyrdOnes, just as spelled, on our Twitch channel, WyrdOnes, one word, @WyrdOnes. Feel free to add us. Give me even more of a reason to be active in that chat because I have multiple Twitter accounts. So I typically only use it just to retweet anything Matt Mercer says and or breathes, and then I'm off until I post about our Friday session. So yeah,
Here I've added
appreciate
it.
that.
I've added it onto the thing here too.
Oh, actually, just click it in. It's in our bio. Actually, on our I put it in our bio on our page as well, on our Weird Ones Twitch page.
Yeah, so if you follow that, we I'll make sure I communicate. There's just so many different things that we do, and obviously like with other groups, they have people who are able to handle their social media and whatnot. Unfortunately, I am an incredibly busy person, and so I can't handle everything myself. So. Luckily, we have members of our group who have been taking on different things. Mainly, Cliff has been handling kind of the social media aspect of stuff. So I will make sure to let him know when I'm available to do so and have him tweet something out. But if you give us a follow, you'll be sure to stay in touch, as well as obviously you follow us on here. You'll know when we go live, but we trying to give kind of advanced notice, through Twitter as well. Let's see, what's Beer say? I've got an idea for an NPC that I'd start myself, give a background to tie them into a character of mine, perhaps classman. Hannah, DM with these, please. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you could also do that. You could create a character and then hand them off to me. I don't. I'm not trying to say I wouldn't be into that, but if I created a character for that I want to deploy,
obviously you'd be more invested
someone.
if you played a part in the creation.
Yeah. I don't know if I'd create a character and just hand them to a DM to use in a campaign, because I'd be like, that's my character, I made them. Shoot, the cat is right at my foot. But yeah, I think an NPC creation stream would be fun. I really have enjoyed this stream, as far as get an idea more of like where your characters are at with things, and
It was great to have an opportunity to further flesh things out.
yeah, further flesh things out, get an idea of like where your characters are at. The only sad thing that kind of breaks my heart is that we couldn't have Ryan and Claire here, but they are dealing with moving fatigue. They've just moved recently, and that's an incredibly challenging experience, as you do it. So we are just excited to be able to play again with them next week, and glad that they're able to rest and recoup this week, because we want them in their best shape whenever it's game time. We need them to be thinking.
Hey, I got another suggestion. If they enjoy the reviews of Tasha's, we can review other things, like, for example, homebrew subclasses.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I actually worked with Sam, and we came up with a homebrew barbarian subclass that I thought was super cool. I haven't got to test it yet.
Mm-hmm.
But it would be interesting to see if that's something you guys want to hear about and look into, and then maybe give your opinions, like, oh, it's too OP, oh, it's too weak, or like, oh, that's cool, maybe do this, maybe do that, and we can kind of like all work on it together.
Yeah.
But I had a lot of fun creating it.
Yeah. He Dakota is constantly wanting to create new homebrew classes and subclasses. That is his itch.
That'd be a cool session too, actually, if we all tossed out some ideas for subclasses and maybe made them.
That could be cool.
Or at least started them.
Or at least started.
Probably would have to be a series.
Yeah. Let's see, homebrew class. Put homebrew subclass. I'll say this.
Yeah.
I think creating a whole new class.
That's
it's hard.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
I've been trying to, and it's so hard.
I would say creating an entirely new class that doesn't take away from other things that other classes do. And then you have to have subclasses that don't fully take away from other subclasses that don't take away from what other things do, but may dip into them, or whatever is definitely a challenge. It's a challenge that I think takes a very long time. You could whip up a subclass pretty quick, I feel like.
No, yeah, for sure.
A class is just not gonna. You have to test it against lots of different things. Miller says you just need to keep the Let's Talk About It going. Do you mean like a series? Let's Talk About It series? Because I'm cool with doing a Let's Talk About It series. I mean, I'm not trying to say we're just purely derivative of what we've seen from like Critical Role or whatever, but like I like the Let's Talk About It type thing. I think it's a cool space, especially if we had everyone involved in it to be able to talk about, you know, like how did your character react to my character doing this? Like that's
Oh
sick.
yeah.
Yeah.
What's everyone's favorite aspect of D&D? Character creation, story development, learning about the other PCs, etc.
Role play
Man.
for me. Role play without a
Role-play
question. I
narrative, baby.
love role play.
I love character creation. I spend hours in character creation, but at the same time, I love role playing my character.
This dude knows everything about character creation and all that.
He really does.
It's so much fun. Like I always have multiple characters. Like on standby, but I love each character that I create for like different reasons because I try to make my characters very different from each other. And I love
Old
all of
Ben,
them. It's so
baby.
much fun.
Old Ben.
Old Ben was pretty.
He was
You know,
fun.
maybe one day we'll get around to streaming that campaign. You know, that
Yeah.
Kyle DMs. But yeah,
For sure.
I have fun. You know, I play old crabby men. So you know, like through Bonds is big, like dragon paladin protector. I played like edgy, you know, blood hunters, and it's a lot of fun. Each character's different. I am definitely more of a martial guy. So my next character I plan to play, if that ever happens or when or whatever campaign, is definitely going to be a caster. So that's gonna be fun because it's not something I'm usually into. So we'll see.
That's interesting.
I guess a question for the chat was, you know, if it's not Vizalot related, what kind of content beyond, like, would you guys want to see one shots from other campaigns, or you know, other campaigns, or just one shots, or whatever? Because I think most of us are willing to do those, you know, as long as it's D&D related, we're down to stream, right?
Hey Coda, I think I'm honestly just lazy, dude. When it comes to character, like I love character creation and I could get lost in it for hours too, but just having to like writing the comic that I'm writing right now and having to completely world build for that, dude, making Cinder at the same time made me so tired mentally, bro. Like I almost broke down mentally making Cinder's backstory, and I was like, okay, because I want to make those backup characters because there's so many potentials you could do with this stuff, man. It's really crazy, just like how wide D&D really is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you guys each handed me really in depth backstories, which I was very happy with. Did I tell you guys about the nightmare I had about backstories? Or I'm such a freaking nerd, man. I had a nightmare that I was invited to play with.
You told me about that with Critical Role. And you didn't have a backstory.
And
set
I
up.
didn't have a backstory or a character made at all. And they were
You're such
like,
a nerd.
Character sheet, basically.
and that literally, like, I literally showed up to a session to play with Critical Role and was like, I don't know what I'm playing. And they're like,
Bro, that is literally the equivalent of you having a dream in your underwear, bro.
it was horrifying. It was horrifying. It was like I was supposed to be some big, you know, not big, but like been playing D&D for a long time. You know, they invited me as a guest. I came on, and then they're like, "All right, what are you playing?" I was like, "What are you guys playing?" And they're like, "You haven't made a character yet."
You're an embarrassment to Weird One.
It was
This
horrible.
isn't session 0.
It was horrible. It was horrible. I was so embarrassed. I was like, I want to leave. I want to leave. I'm out.
Dude, I would have no cap. I would have made one up on the spot.
I'm
if
telling
I was
you,
in that position.
I would have been like, his name is
bullshit the best you can.
his name is Jody Fireblade. And I'll be like, okay, what kind of character is he? He'd be like, he's a sorcerer.
Yeah,
He's a sorcerer.
he's not a bard, a barbarian.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You missed that. Dakota.
That would be a sick character, man.
You missed that. I actually.
No, I
said,
heard you guys. I heard you guys. I had
Um.
my headphones on.
I might steal that.
So Miller says that he would like to see Star Wars streamed, and then Pierce says you can stream the Star Wars. By the way, no copyright issues. It's basically like fanfic content.
I mean, I do love Star Wars.
So I'll post this out then. Would chat be interested in seeing our Star Wars campaign brought to stream? I think we'll probably play a couple more sessions just to kind of get the group dynamic down a little bit more because
A lot going on.
there's
Yeah, it's newer than Viz.
it's much newer than Viz, and there's when you add in more people with more characters, there's more dynamics to deal with, and it can be a little chaotic. So I see.
There's also
that's
death.
fun. There is also lots of death. Star Wars is very deadly.
We had a character die already.
Star Wars is very deadly, and I, as much as I would like to apologize for that, you see in literally every episode of The Mandalorian, for example, people just die.
Oh, they're NPCs.
Yeah, they just die. No one's, like I honestly, if Ahsoka died,
Don't you ever say that. Don't you ever
Boy,
say
ow.
that. I'll beat Dave Filoni's and also kiss him on the forehead at the same time. Okay. This is but you also gave me this sweet princess. I love you. I rolled a 4 to hit on Dave Filoni, so
okay.
yeah, it's not a hit.
Yeah, no, I don't know. Like, if you've watched Rebels, then you know how that kind of ends. You know what happens with, the characters in that. Like, people die in mostly heroic ways, but people also just die in ways that seem like,
Oh yeah,
what? How did this help?
especially
what
in
did this
real
do?
life.
Yeah.
That's always happening.
You
So,
get eaten by a baby Yoda before you even can hatch. You know.
True. So that's kind of that's definitely my mentality when it comes to DMing a little bit. It's like people die, and I as much as I love Deus Ex Machinas, I love just coming to the rescue and saving people like that. We had kind of talked about this before, like when you remove the penalty of death or the risk of death that could be permanent, like there's no reward for living.
It's
Yeah.
deep.
Right? But is it
Absolutely.
wrong? Right? Like,
It takes away from everything.
yeah,
What is the meaning of life if you can just die and come back?
yeah.
It changes everything.
I feel like I
Yeah,
just
I
blew
like
up
it.
Cliff's world.
Keeps us on our toes.
It's definitely what I agree with as a writer, but also I like to live.
Yeah, I think we all like our characters, especially the fact that like our three characters are very close.
Yeah.
I really enjoy the Star Wars campaign. I think it's pretty lit.
It's a very great dynamic just because we also have known each other for so long
Yeah.
that we can come up with jokes on the fly and clips on the fly, and I can kind of already tell. And it's interesting because like no one's character is really, I feel like, truly how they are in real life, except for certain aspects. But I automatically can play off of that just because I know you guys. So it's very fun. Very fun to do.
I'm definitely willing to stream the Star Wars campaign, especially now that I see that we can do it with no copyright issues, which is awesome. I'm definitely willing to do it. I just would want us to be at a more grounded place, I think, first. A group dynamic that's a little bit more established before I want to bring that out on stream. Mainly because with Vizslat, I felt like we were able to bring it directly to stream because the group had kind of played together before. Claire had never played before, but I trusted that she was going to be good. And we did a bunch of, combat sessions or whatever. And she, even in those combat sessions, she was like role playing. And I was like, okay, sick. Like,
She killed it, actually.
she amazed me. I was like, you have not played D&D before? Like, I don't believe that.
I don't believe you.
And then we had done an entire campaign before that, a campaign that ended in a TPK, but a campaign before that that had lasted a while.
Level 5,
which-
I think 6.
Yeah, level 5.
Level 5, baby.
Level 5.
In which,
Highest I've gotten.
in which the group had been able to, not only the group, I'll say the group, the players had been able to understand how each other play and work off of that. And I think I wouldn't want to introduce a chaotic group to a stream unless I was able to manage that chaos. And we're not there yet. We're still learning. But we have 5 players in this campaign, and we have 7 in the Star Wars campaign, so it's different. Which, by the way, if you have 7 players in a campaign, expect to have to repeat yourself a lot, and also expect to have to try to make sure that everyone understands what's going on. It's troubling sometimes, but it's fine. It's a good time. Especially with a group that all loves Star Wars as much as the group does, except for Kyle, who actually hates Star Wars.
I knew you didn't say that.
Watch Star Wars.
Honestly, every time we were about to play, he curses like at the air.
Kyle
For
isn't
those
even
of you
caught
who
up
don't
on The
know,
Mandalorian.
there's like a running joke for whatever reason that like I hate Star Wars and I just can't get with it, even though I'm in the Star Wars campaign.
Honestly, he thought it was a Star Trek campaign when we started.
Yeah.
You know what would actually be sick though? I feel like a Star Trek campaign would be cool.
I heard the new Star Trek show is pretty good. I haven't watched it.
I heard
feel
season
like-
2 is amazing.
Actually, you know what? In the chat, I kind of want to know like what worlds or like universes or whatever would you like to see like explored in a D&D like
We
capacity?
should do another Avatar one
Avatar.
again.
Avatar-
Yeah, 'cause I didn't get to do
We
that one.
should. That was amazing.
Avatar was actually sick. We did an Avatar
Avatar
The
was
Last
my favorite.
Airbender one shot, and it was cool as shit.
Yeah, I just saw
Really?
y'all blowing up the chat like, oh, that was super cool. And I was like, oh.
Yeah, you
Couldn't
didn't
be a
pull
part of
up.
that one. Couldn't be a
Dang.
part of that one.
Yeah, we'll do that for sure.
It says, oh yeah, okay, so we've got Discovery is awesome, Star Trek Discovery,
Nice.
and then I'd like to see Avatar. Yeah, let me write that down.
I played an Earthbender last time. Maybe I'll switch it up this time. Who knows?
Yeah, that could definitely be a thing for if we don't have another session like this, or if we just plan it like, hey, do you guys want us to take a break from Viz and then stream this, or
Yeah, or someone
I'm down for
can't
whatever.
do it. Someone Beer says
Incredible.
what is that?
I was gonna say Incredibles.
That could be sick.
We could just. Well, I don't know. We'd be able
Just
to play
like
the-
superhero, like
Yeah.
It would just be
I mean,
superheroes.
superheroes. There is a thing I just saw. It's a pay what you want rule supplement for superheroes. Which would be cool. Beer says the Dark Tower series by Stephen King.
That'd be deep.
I'm not familiar with.
It's
That'd
pretty
be
cool.
deep.
I'm not crazy familiar. Cyberpunk, I see.
Steampunk.
Cyberpunk. Steampunk could also be cool. Cyberpunk actually has, I think, role-playing stuff with it. There was this one...
Already?
Yeah. Well,
Damn.
it's been out for a while, like Cyberpunk. The game being made is from material that's been produced before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Harry Potter. Oh, Harry Potter could be freaking sick. Just make everyone. I feel like in Harry Potter, everyone is not wizards; they're sorcerers. Reason being is that magic is innate with them, and they're really not learning magic. They're just learning what words to say for them. You know what I mean?
How
So
to control it, basically.
yeah,
is
so
what
they're
we're
kind
learning.
of like a mix of sorcerers and wizards.
I've only seen the first 4 movies.
Aragon. Aragon.
I read the, or I
Aragon.
listened to all the audiobooks of that.
Percy Jackson, the Lightning Thief.
Bruh, Percy Jackson. I'm writing that down.
Team Hephaestus, baby. Nah, I'm just kidding. Nah, I'm not Team Hephaestus. Don't
Percy
worry.
Jackson. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of cool things that we could figure out a way. I know there's even like a Pokemon D&D like conversion that people have done.
I'd kill you guys in some Pokemon, boy.
I'll be
Don't
the
even
best trainer
run
there
up.
ever was.
Okay, wait till I turn my hat
I'm gonna
backwards.
put Pokemon down too. I feel like I'm gonna make a list of all the like one shots or maybe alternate campaigns or whatever that we could do, and we'll just like strew them out throughout the.
I just had a great idea. If Pokemon's not too difficult, we could just run a tournament. We could just run a Pokemon like the championship. That'd be so fun.
We got Pirates of the Caribbean.
Oh,
Ooh,
Pirates of the Caribbean would be sick.
yeah. I
you,
like
you
that.
can you can do Pirates of the Caribbean
You
in
could.
a basic fantasy setting.
Yeah,
Almost.
easy,
Mhm.
easy for sure.
Yeah, I mean it's just mostly.
It just as long as you get a ship and start doing that kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
we could do that right now. Hell.
Yeah.
Don't just abandon your quest to go to the sea and become pirates. I mean, you could,
I
but
might.
don't just do it just all of a sudden just to be like, I want to be a pirate.
It would take a long ass time. We're on basically like a Pangea right now.
Sort of.
Just to get all the way across would take a minute.
MP Vol says Harry Potter would have more options than just magic, though. Hagrid is a half giant, and I bet he swings a club like no one's business.
That's facts,
Hey, you're not wrong. I bet that man Hagrid, he can swing a whole tree trunk, slap somebody with it.
I'm gonna play Hagrid, but he's like high all the time.
I'm not convinced Hagrid wasn't high all the time already.
You're right. That's probably where that came from. That thought came from.
I could just chill as hell.
I'll tell you what.
Smoking some weed.
When I saw, so my mom had read like Sorcerer's Stone to my brother and I when we were kids. When I saw that first movie and I saw Voldemort like drinking the unicorn blood and then swoop up, boy, I wanted to leave the theater. I was done. I was like, nope, that's horrifying. That's the scariest thing I've ever seen in my life. Like, I'm out. But like, god dang, that's oof. I did not like it. I did not like it. What other one shots would you guys like to see? What other kind of things could we pull out? I'll tell you what, I'd like to see some of the players do some DMing as well.
You don't want to see that.
I would like to see that. I'd like to see some of the players do some of the DMing. I think it would
I've tried my hand a little bit.
And you were good at it.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Good
I'm
job.
still. I just don't feel comfortable continuing it until I have an entire world fleshed out.
Mm.
That I mean, because I'm not doing it in a pre-created universe.
Yeah. Well, what if you did
Absolutely.
one of the? What if we had a different person DM the one shots? I mean, if someone literally didn't have a chat controlled PC, oh my gosh, that would be insane
Okay, that would be kind of sick for a one shot.
for a one shot. Oh, hold on. What if we did like a chat controlled? We'll flesh that out a little bit more. I kind of like that idea.
Like a Goosebumps thing where like those books where you could choose your ending.
Yeah.
But we would need probably at least like 5 people in chat. We need to have an odd number so that way because
Yeah,
I've had
'cause
just
otherwise
ran
you
into
have
that
tiebreaker.
experience.
I think how I would do that, I would make it, I think a chat controlled like D&D thing overall, and be like a Goosebumps one shot. Yeah, like a horror Goosebumps thing.
We should do horror actually.
Um,
Among Us.
a chat controlled D&D session where like I know what the numbers are, but I put like 1 or 2. And people like vote 2, and then it's like, all right, well, 1 was a kobold and 2 was a dragon, so now you guys are facing a dragon. Like, that could be fun.
A dragon the size of a kobold.
But we could figure out methods for that. A Stranger Things D&D. That'd be cool. I kind of want like something that you wouldn't think of as a D&D like compatible thing. Like something that we could create our like rules for, you know what I mean? Halo. I'm writing all this down. Halo.
That would be compatible.
That
with
would
us,
be compatible.
for a lot, because I mean, most of the players here have military experience or military knowledge, and you know that we've all been around it a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if we could try to figure out how to do each of these things, or you know, a couple of these things, I imagine, and then having different people DM them. And Kyle, if you're not ready to have your world presented, then we could have you do a freaking Pokemon one shot where you're the you're Professor Oak or something like that.
I can do that.
But yeah, with that, I know you guys are staring at Dakota's empty chair here.
I didn't realize he was gone. I'm not gonna lie.
We are gonna end our Let's Talk About It session here. I had a great time. I had a chair stream. Had a great time. We'll try to keep these kind of things going. Maybe not just having them whenever we can't have everybody together. Maybe doing like a midweek Let's Talk About It stream, and then going into a Friday stream or whatever. So it'd be like a Wednesday stream going into a Friday stream or something like that, to get relevance back in and get some ideas out or whatever. But we'll play around with scheduling. Keep in tune to our Twitter channel for updates on the NPC build session that I'll probably do this coming week. And with that, we wish everyone a great night. Thank you for joining us. If you stuck around the entire time, thank you so much. If you've been able to just pop in now, thank you so much. Make sure to catch us next Friday for sure, 7 to 11, as we have our heroes face off against this 60-foot shaman. Hopefully, fingers crossed, it all works out.
He's still at 1 health, right?
No.
Wait, that was real? That wasn't a dream sequence? Oh, okay, great.
Yeah, you guys wake up in a sci-fi world like The Matrix. But yeah, with that, hope everyone has a great night. Catch you next time.
Thanks, guys.